Good morning, everybody, and very warm welcome to all participants and our excellent panelists of the session. I'm head of program on child protection in travel and tourism at ECPAT International. That is a network of over 100 civil society organizations working to end all forms of sexual exploitation of children. And I have a pleasure to moderate this session today, and it's actually the first session of the forum. We are organizing this session as a call for action to stop children in Asia Pacific region falling victims to trafficking and sexual exploitation, and to discuss urgently needed responses from governments and businesses to address these crimes in as much as the worst forms of child labor, especially now in the aggravated context of the COVID-19 pandemic. And the discussion is held also in the perspective of setting the roadmap for the new decade of action based on the UN Business and Human Rights Guiding Principles in a more digitalized era. So today during this session, we'll have two rounds of interventions by the panelists. The first round will be to set the framework and discuss challenges we are all facing. The second round will be to analyze steps for the way forward during the post-COVID recovery and now, and to ensure that governments improve laws and policies and business is developed in sustainable way with child protection in focus. So following these interventions, we will open the floor to participants and we encourage everybody to submit your questions through the event platform, and all the questions will be submitted anonymously. So let me introduce now our excellent panelists. First, we will hear from Jenaline Serrano, who is the Information and Communication Officer at ECPAT Philippines. Welcome, Jenaline. We will then hear from Kun Kemachart Prakihongmani, and that intervention will be in Thai, and it will be translated. Kun Kemachart is Deputy Director of Bureau of Foreign Affairs and Transnational Crime at the Department of Special Investigations of the Kingdom of Thailand. Then we will hear from Rebecca, the Senior Technical Advisor for Better Care Network Australia, that is an information hub and global convener to influence action for children without parental care. We will hear also from Damien Brosnan, Manager of the Code of Conduct for the Protection of Children from Sexual Exploitation of Children in Travel and Tourism, shortly the Code. We have with us also Bharati Phluk, the ILO Senior Specialist on Fundamental Principles and Rights at work. She's based in Bangkok, from where she covers East Asia, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific. I cannot see the video of Bharati, but I hope she'll be on the platform with us shortly. We will be starting then with the first round of questions and interventions from our excellent speakers to set the framework and discuss the challenges. And I would like to start with a question for Jenaline Serrano from ECPAT Philippines. Could you tell us about the impact of COVID pandemic on children's rights to live free from all forms of violence in the increasingly digital environment? And can you tell us more about the trends that you observed in relation to sexual exploitation of children through live streaming, grooming, production of child sexual abuse material in the Philippines? Over to you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Gabriela, and to all our speakers and to all our participants for today. So the COVID-19 pandemic, along with a series of severe natural disasters in the Philippines in 2020, has devastated millions of Filipinos, especially the poor. Hundreds of thousands have been sick, millions have lost their jobs and livelihoods, and government aid has been scarce. On top of this, Community lockdowns and sudden shift to online education in place of in-person classes have significantly increased children's screen time, and it also added to the burden of less advantaged children who cannot afford gadgets and stable internet connection for their online schooling. This overall situation has been gravely exploited by traffickers, especially online. 1.3 million Philippine-related cyber tips of online sexual abuse and exploitation of children were received by the Department of Justice from NECMEC Cyber Tip Line in 2020. ECPAT Philippines alone received around 150 reports of online sexual abuse of children from the public since community quarantines began in March 2020. So this is an unusually high number compared to the 0 to 2 reports that we were receiving every month prior to the COVID crisis. Reports that we've received mostly included child sexual abuse materials being sold or distributed in social media sites, websites, and file sharing sites. There have been news reports about students selling obscene images of themselves to raise funds for their online education and afford gadgets for online classes. Likewise, financial transactions linked to online sexual abuse of children in the Philippines have alarmingly surged in 2020 as well. According to a report from the Anti-Money Laundering Council or AMLAC, this surge can be attributed to the suspicious transaction reports filed by pawn shops, money transfer services, electronic money institutions, and big banks. The AMLAC also observed that these reports are related to online sexual abuse and exploitation of children in the Philippines. Just so you have an idea on how big the increase has been, data showed that violations of the Special Protection of Children Against Abuse, Exploitation, and Discrimination Act jumped by over 3,000%. That equates to over 57,000 suspicious transaction reports. Meanwhile, violations of the Anti-Child Pornography Act surged to over 11,000% or over 14,000 suspicious transaction reports. So exploitation indeed thrives in poverty and crisis, and Filipino children have never been more vulnerable.
Yeah, thank you for drawing this aggravated picture. And we also need to remember that sexual exploitation of children online, it's not a distinct type, it's an umbrella term that captures crimes that have online and technology component. And that all this exploitation is a record of sex violence that children suffer. Thank you for that. And let me turn to Kun Kamachart. Could you tell us more about the issue specifically of online grooming in Thailand and challenges to protect children from sex offenders? And also, like, what difficulties do you face when it comes to cooperation with the private sector to so you can collect evidence? Over to you. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for the question. For the situation in Thailand. Sorry, he's cutting in and out. I cannot hear him. Normally, these people communicate. In the past, they communicate with the children by person, but for during COVID situation, the offenders have tried to use internet as a tool to connect to the victims directly, and the crime in the past, they connect to the victims directly by person, but right now they don't have to do that any longer. Currently, sometimes they contact the parents or close relatives of the victims, people who the victims trust, and they use many kinds of tricks to gain trust from the victims. And these children eventually fall victims if they are offered something to the victims. If you ask me what is grooming in Thailand, I have tried to find the definition compared to English term. I also used Google Translate and grooming to find the exact definition of grooming in Thai. But in Thailand, currently there is no legislation to control child grooming, even if it's the origin of child exploitation or dissemination of pornography. And we found a lot of evidence to grooming, and we have done some arrest and raid for those who provide child pornography. And in the past, we have seen clearly that the offense can be done in the form of transnational organized crime, and the offender uh, have committed this crime internationally, and they also uh, send the victims' information to other countries. Once they get the child images, and they send the images to other countries, not just in the area in Thailand. And so people in the country and outside the country can have access to the children online, and we need to seek cooperation from private and public sector to make sure that we can get the information that can lead us to the arrest. And if the business owner find some evidence of child grooming, they have to report to law enforcement so that the information can be used. And international coordination is also important. Many sectors might not have access to the internet data, especially for the direct access to the information. And DSI has worked with, DSI has never uh, investigated a case starting from grooming and end up with arrest for grooming case. But normally they ends up with a child pornography case or child exploitation case. So this is all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing this insight from Thailand that clearly demonstrates how much we need protective legislations and how urgent it is in this country, as it's a growing problem here and all over the regions and in other regions as well. And we will hear more from you in the second part of this discussion, what is being done. And we need legislations to address and to prevent this crime before harm is done to children. So let me turn now to Rebecca from Better Care Network. We know that all the forms of sexual exploitation of children are interlinked. All the manifestations are connected, and the offenders also who transitioned online during the pandemic are very likely to follow with hands-on abuse when travel restrictions ease, and they will be looking for different avenues to access children. So can you tell us about the problem of unregulated voluntourism and orphanage tourism in Asia-Pacific region as one of these avenues? So over to you.
Thank you, Gabriella, for that important question. Yeah, absolutely. Voluntourism continues to be quite a highly unregulated practice, and that's despite the fact that it often gives volunteers unfettered access to highly vulnerable populations overseas, including children. And this is because volunteers are quite often placed in organisations that provide social services and child welfare or child protection services. Voluntourism is a market-driven phenomenon, and it generates upwards of $2 billion a year. So the products that are offered on the basis of popularity, not on the basis of what communities or vulnerable persons who volunteers are interacting with actually need. And volunteering with children is amongst the most popular of voluntourism products. In fact, an APEC report that was released recently reported that 50% of all volunteerism within the region is with children. And because of this profitability and this popularity, there are little incentives for providers to self-regulate contact with children on the basis of child rights or what might be considered good practice. And the lack of government regulation around the voluntourism sector or regulation around the use of international volunteers in social services, including in child protection services, creates this very lax environment which is conducive to child exploitation, both for opportunistic offenders, but also for those who are intentionally seeking contact with vulnerable children. And one of the most concerning practices in the unregulated voluntourism space is orphanage tourism, where overseas visitors and volunteers are spending anywhere from a few hours up to several months in residential care facilities for children. And in some of the countries where this practice is most popular are actually within this region, such as Cambodia, Thailand, and also Indonesia, specifically in Bali. Children who are outside of the protective environment of their families, including children who are in orphanages, are already classified as high risk and vulnerable to abuse, exploitation, and trafficking. And these risks are further exacerbated when we give volunteers direct contact with these groups of children. And it really acts like a perfect storm because institutions are not environments that adequately meet children's emotional needs, and they're very often characterized by poor standards and low staff to child ratios. And so you have these under-supervised children, and many of them have what we call attachment disorders or unmet emotional needs and physical needs, and they're coming in contact with this constant stream of poorly, if at all, vetted tourists and volunteers. And so it's really easy to see how this puts children at unnecessary risk of being harmed, including through grooming, abuse, and exploitation. But orphanage tourism doesn't just pose a risk to children who are already in orphanages. The popularity and the profitability of the practice actually incentivizes the trafficking of children from their families into institutions. And orphanages provide this conducive environment for grooming as well. And so it's a risk to children who are coming out of community. And there have been a number of cases where child sex offenders have made contact with children via orphanage tourism, stayed connected with these children via social media, and then been able to groom these children for later abuse, often when they hit that age of borderline minors, at which point the prosecution becomes difficult based upon the grooming laws in countries within the region. And there have also been prosecutions against child sex offenders who have set up orphanages for the purpose of getting access to vulnerable children. And they have been able to sustain their orphanages for this practice on the back of having volunteers come in who financially support them. So orphanage volunteerism, it enables abusers, it leads to the direct perpetration of abuse, and it drives this demand for the trafficking and exploitation of children. And with respect to the current environment of COVID, my colleague Kate Van Doore and I recently conducted a study examining the impacts of COVID on the operations of privately run residential care facilities, including in Thailand and Cambodia. And the insights from the study showed that the cessation of orphanage tourism throughout the pandemic has resulted in a significant drop in funding for orphanages. And despite some operators recognizing the benefits to children that came with the withdrawal of volunteers and visitors, operators showed throughout this study that they had every intention of resuming the practice as soon as travel restrictions are lifted. So it's imperative that we take the opportunity we have right now as countries begin to consider opening up their borders and opening up to tourism to look at how we can better regulate voluntourism and also prohibit specifically orphanage tourism in order to protect children from these risks of abuse and exploitation. And as you noted, Gabriella, in the question, it's highly likely that the increase in online exploitation throughout this period will result in an increase in offenders looking for in-person contact with these children. But I think it's also important to note that it's not just about orphanage tourism. It is about the better regulation of voluntourism altogether, particularly with children. There is an evidence, at least in Cambodia, that sex offenders are shifting their practices to now seeking voluntourism opportunities in remote rural communities, hoping to evade the growing scrutiny that's coming on orphanages as a site of voluntourism. So we really do need to look at the regulation of this space for vulnerable persons as an overarching issue.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. So many important and key points in your intervention, and I will turn and also, like in the second part, you will tell us more what can actually be done about this with the private sector. And in your intervention, you also mentioned rural communities. There are new forms of travel and tourism that will be developing. So I would like to turn now to Damien, who's the manager of the code and works with the private sector in many regions, not only in Asia Pacific. Could you tell us about other products, other trends in travel and tourism that can put children at risk of trafficking and sexual exploitation of children as travel and tourism opens up for recovery? And from your observation, do you think that child protection is being enough prioritized by the industry along other sustainability issues as the environment, cultural issues?
Thanks, Gabriella, and thanks to all the participants for taking the time today. Okay, so the first part of your question is different trends, and I think Rebecca and Jeneline have talked about this a little bit in terms of opening up to more community-based tourism and less maybe mass market tourism. So there's a couple of reasons for that. One is, as Rebecca said, maybe a sense of orphanages being a risky space or a space that's under a bit more scrutiny. And so people may look to go further afield. But it's also in the light of the COVID situation, a response to trying to stay away from the big markets and to be a bit more small scale and remote, away from the crowds of people, especially for the next few years. So there's a couple of different factors playing into it. And it's voluntourism, but it's also even innocent enough looking visits to a community or to a family unit where children are at risk and there's really not a sense of structure or protection mechanisms in place. And there's a lot of vulnerability, both for preferential offenders and for situational offenders. So I think that's a real concern in the coming years. Jeneline talked a bit about the online element and the vulnerabilities of transitioning from online grooming and online manifestations into a real life or in-person offence down the track. I think this is exacerbated by the real economic hardship that a lot of communities have faced during COVID, where in places all through Southeast Asia, there's such a high reliance on the tourism industry, which has largely collapsed. And so families, parents are out of work, children are maybe dropping out of school to help their families out. And that's a real addition to the vulnerability for exploitation, either online and or in person. And it's not just sexual exploitation, it's economic vulnerability, it's working in unsuitable workplaces, let's say. I think the other thing is that there's going to be a real rush to catch up for the tourism industry once things start to reopen. And there's a concern for us that the rush will be so strong that all issues of sustainability and responsibility will be kind of overlooked in a sense of catching up economically as quickly as possible. And that's a real pressure, adding to the existing pressures on child protection issues. And we're already seeing this to a certain extent in domestic tourism in places like Indonesia and the Philippines, where domestic tourism is already starting to pick up, and children are increasingly vulnerable and increasingly at risk of exploitation based on the economic factors. Sorry?
Okay.
Go ahead. I think there's somebody is speaking at the same moment, but you can continue, no worry.
Okay. To the second part of your question, Gabriella, about the prioritization of child protection as opposed to other sustainability issues, I think environment and community is quite an easy topic in some ways. It's non-controversial. It's easy to talk about and everyone cares. I don't think people don't care about child protection, but it's a sensitive topic. And when I talk to businesses, the first response is often, yes, it's a problem. Child protection is a big issue, but it doesn't affect my country or it doesn't affect my business. So it's often pushed to the side and seen as someone else's problem, some other area. I think that's improving over time, but it is a challenge. I think what we've done with the code and with ECPAT Network is to really leverage some of the big corporations, some of the big hotel chains, and there's a real advantage in their reach. They've got integrated policies, HR policies. They can train thousands, hundreds of thousands of staff and have a standardized brand and messaging across their different operations. So that's really important. But I think what we find challenging is to reach some of the smaller operators, some of the national and local operators who don't have the scale, don't have the reach, don't have the systems or the resources to really implement in a standardized way, but they're also a lot closer to the front line of tourism. And so their staff are the ones who are seeing tourists, who are driving them around, who are aware of the vulnerabilities. So I think that needs to be a really key priority, and that's where the ECPAT network is really strong in working with local ECPAT members, because they're the ones who are working on the ground and can connect with those local tourism operators. I'll leave it there. I'm sure I'll speak more in a little bit. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks so much, Damien. And indeed, in this rush to reopen the tourism, that for sure will happen, because the travel and tourist sector was, one of the hardest hit as well economically, and the businesses need to analyze various impacts on children when doing so. Thank you so much for this intervention, and you will speak more about how the code can support the sector on the ground in the second part of the interventions. I will now turn to Bharati Klug from ILO, and I would like to ask you, in the light of previous interventions, could you tell us more about the challenges that are there for governments and businesses in this region to end trafficking and sexual exploitation of children, in as much as the worst forms of child labor, while addressing some of the root causes of these crimes, in particular now, as it was also mentioned by other speakers, in this aggravated context with the disruption of education, public services, and growing poverty. Thank you, and over to you, Bharati.
Thank you, Gabriella. Could you just tell me whether you can hear me? Sorry, I had some technical difficulties getting in.
Yeah, we can hear you well. We cannot see you, but
okay,
we can hear
great.
you well.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think it's the camera that causes a problem. So we decided that I'll keep it off for now. I'll try again later with the camera, if that's okay. So
Sure.
thank you very much, Gabriela, for having the ILO on this panel, and thank you also to all the fellow panelists for their interventions. I just want to start by highlighting for us, for the ILO, when we talk about this issue, when we focus on child labor, and of course also the worst forms of child labor, we really do it within the global context of SDG target 8.7. And of course, as most of you here will know, this is the target of the SDGs that talks about the elimination of all forms of child labor by 2025, and the elimination of forced labor, human trafficking, and modern slavery by 2030. And then, of course, while there is still a very long way to go towards achieving this target, I do want to highlight that many countries, and particularly in this region, many countries have made or are in the process of making really good progress towards achieving target 8.7. I would say that most countries in the region have laws and policies about child labor or forced labor and human trafficking and are implementing these. But it is really key to remember that no country can claim to have achieved target 8.7 or claim that it is a child labor-free country unless that country addresses the crucial issue of the sexual exploitation of children. And we do believe that it is even more effective if we can tackle it in the wider context of the worst forms of child labor, as there can really be a lot of overlap in root causes, but also in responses. And here I would just like to refer to ILO Convention 182, which is, as of last year, the only universally ratified convention that we have, which very clearly identifies the four worst forms of child labor. And many of you might be familiar with these, but these are just to recall all forms of slavery or practices similar to slavery, and this includes the sale and trafficking of children. The second form is child prostitution for the production of pornography or for pornographic performances. Thirdly, the use, procuring or offering of a child for illicit activities. And then fourthly, and this is Article 3D of the Convention, which refers to hazardous work. And this is any work which by its nature or the circumstances in which it is carried out is likely to harm the health, the safety and morals of children. And I think it's very clear that the sexual exploitation of children really intersects very clearly with all of these four categories. And for us, Article 3D, referring to hazardous work, is really a very important tool when it comes to the worst forms of child labor. And this is because of the fact that countries that have ratified the convention, and that's all 187 member states of the ILO, they are expected to develop and notify a so-called list of hazardous child labor or hazardous work list. And this is a list that is meant to describe not just sectors in general, but activities and tasks within certain sectors in which children should not be employed. And these lists are unique to each country based on the country context. And in fact, many countries have actually effectively used this list to ban children from being employed in environments that they consider to be at risk for children. So some countries talk about domestic work or specific tasks in that. And there are indeed some countries that have said that children are not allowed to work in the tourism sector in general. And when it comes to the sexual exploitation of children in the travel and tourism industry, I mean, we know that there are many factors that contribute to and at the same time enable this particular worst form of child labor. And we know that there are institutions behind it, there are big profits that are made. We know there are contractors, intermediaries, facilitators, and all of this is sometimes visible, but quite often hidden. And so therefore for us, from the ILO perspective, the labor aspect of it and the exploitation aspect of it have to be taken into consideration when we look at addressing the issue. And in this regard, it's labor laws in general, but particularly those that focus on child labor, forced labor, anti-trafficking. For example, many countries have national action plans on the elimination of child labor or the worst forms of child labor, or the anti-trafficking laws that are in place. So the labor laws that are in place, but also labor administration systems that can be very relevant, and they play a vital role in tackling this particular worst form of child labor. And at the same time, we know that a significant number of children or their parents are coerced and deceived into child sexual exploitation. And so our approaches, we believe, really need to be comprehensive and holistic, in the sense that we don't only eliminate the demand, but also the supply factor. And this, of course, is for us, comes through dignified educational and vocational opportunities for children, but also livelihood opportunities for children and their families. And all of this is, of course, currently made a lot worse by the pandemic. And we know that the COVID-19 pandemic poses very real risks of reversing years or decades of progress in the fight against child labor. We don't know the full impacts of the pandemic yet, and we don't know the length of the crisis, but we do know some of the fallout that is obvious already. So we know there's hugely increased economic insecurity, disrupted supply chains, manufacturing has been halted, public budgets are really strained to the limit. And when you look at these and other factors that result in the losses of household incomes, and we know that the first thing families do is to take children out of school so that they can contribute to the household income. And we are currently actually in a situation where in many countries, schools have been closed for a year. So children, and we know this, are forced into much more exploitative and hazardous jobs. Those who are already working may do so for longer hours and under much worsening conditions, and they may actually be moved into the hidden worst forms of child labor, including sexual exploitation. And we do know that those children who have left education and who have left school, and those who are already at risk of child labor or the worst forms of child labor, are unlikely to go back to education.
Exactly. Thank you so much.
Before I finish, I'd just like to mention that we will have new global estimates on child labor. Yeah, that will be released on the 10th of June. So we will have a new figure on the global estimates of child labor, but we are very much concerned that for the first time in 20 years, we may actually see an increase in child labor globally, or at least, that the downward trend of the last 20 years will not be quite so strong. So as governments and also businesses make choices today and, that determine the course and the consequences of the pandemic, we would really urge them to include very conscious measures to prevent and to eliminate child labor, including the worst forms. Thank you, Gabriela.
Thank you so much, Marathi, for this broader picture, as it's all interlinked together, and we can address the sexual exploitation of children if we look at this structural challenges that are there to end child labor, the worst forms of child labor, by creating. We need to create this enabling environments and social, economical, cultural, and of course it's very challenging now with this crisis. So we'll move now to the second round of questions and interventions by the panelists. I would just like to remind all the participants that you can ask questions through the Q&A form, and we will address these after the second round of interventions. So I will turn now back to Janeline from Philippines, that is among the few countries in the region that fully criminalizes grooming of children. And could you share with us insights on how the current legal framework in the Philippines helps to address this crime? And are there any other gaps that should be addressed to close any remaining legal loopholes?
Yes. The Republic Act 9775, or the Anti-Child Pornography Act of 2009, criminalizes grooming in the Philippines, and it defines grooming as the act of preparing a child or someone who the offender believes to be a child for sexual activity or sexual relationship by communicating any form of child pornography, or if we're going to use the correct term, of course, child sexual abuse materials. It also includes online enticement or enticement through any other means. Online grooming is also punishable under the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012 because this law imposes higher penalties to all cyber-related prohibited acts mentioned in the anti-child pornography law. Despite this, cases of grooming per se are not necessarily investigated in the Philippines. This could be due to the fact that the abuse hasn't been consummated when we talk about grooming. Likewise, it is not, or grooming is not something that victims would normally report because they might not realize that they are being groomed, or they might not be aware that it is already a punishable act or it is illegal. We're used to reporting CSAM or child sexual abuse materials because you can clearly see the abuse there, unlike online grooming. So because of that, there is a need to strengthen public awareness on the illegality of grooming in the Philippines, particularly among children, parents, caregivers, and law enforcers. With regards to the gaps in addressing all forms of child sexual abuse materials and live streaming, I would first like to acknowledge that there have been important progress in the fight against the crime in terms of legislation, national plan of action, and international cooperation. So first, the Senate Bill 2209, which aims to further strengthen the anti-child pornography law, has been recently approved on third and final reading in the Senate. So one important development in the bill is that it defines more comprehensively the duties of the private sector, including money transfers, ISPs, social media sites, tourism establishments, particularly in blocking reported content immediately, reporting to authorities, and preserving evidence that may aid investigation of cases. The challenge here is that once enacted, how does the government ensure that how does the government ensure the private sector's compliance with the law? For instance, internet service providers here in the Philippines are already mandated by existing law to install filtering software and provide necessary information to law enforcement. However, the police have repeatedly expressed their difficulty in acquiring information of prospective offenders from ISPs. The ISPs would often argue that they have technical limitations or that the anti-child pornography law contradicts their mandate to protect users' privacy under the data privacy law, even though that is clearly a very different case. So the government needs to be stricter in implementing the law and really holding businesses accountable when it comes to children's rights. Another progress made was the Philippine Plan of Action on Violence Against Children, which was developed and approved in 2017. So it basically contains comprehensive strategies on how to holistically address all forms of violence against children, including sexual exploitation online. The challenge here is the rollout or dissemination of the National Plan of Action in the local level. Based on ECPAT Philippines' experience in working on the ground, local stakeholders are not really aware of the existence of national plans or laws. Or if they are somewhat aware of its existence, they don't know much about it, or what is their role in its implementation. So national government really need to expedite the dissemination of national plans to the local level and capacitate local child protection systems in implementing programs, or better yet, creating local ordinances that would holistically address online sexual abuse and exploitation of children and all forms of sexual exploitation of children. Lastly, another important progress is the strengthened international cooperation against the transnational crime of online sexual abuse of children through the recently concluded US Philippines Child Protection Compact Partnership, which began in 2017. And then there's also the PICAC, or the Philippine Internet Crimes Against Children, established in 2019, which is a cooperation among national and international law enforcement agencies. So both initiatives resulted in more arrested online traffickers and more rescued victims. The challenge, however, in investigating cases of online sexual abuse and exploitation is that the Philippines remains reactive in addressing online sexual abuse and exploitation. We are only able to respond to cases when we receive tips or reports from international law enforcement or hotlines. We still have difficulty detecting cases on our own. So in relation to this, and as Damien mentioned earlier, ECPAT Philippines sees the unique role of communities or the local level in proactively addressing online abuse of children. Because this crime happens in the very homes, it hides in the very homes and communities of children. So, operators are often family members or neighbors or traveling sex offenders living in the communities. So, based on our experience, establishing and capacitating a multidisciplinary response team against OSEC in communities can be a proactive and sustainable solution. Why? Because community members know each other. They are the first ones to notice if there is something or someone suspicious within the neighborhood. Based on our experience, when you identify one victim in the community, it's very likely that the child knows more victims. So it will definitely help in the identification of victims. In addition to that, conducting awareness raising activities in communities may lead to more reports of sexual exploitation of children. So in our aim to better empower the public to report, ECPAT Philippines, in partnership with the Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Center, has established the Philippine In Hope Hotline in February, and institutionalizing the hotline is also a way to proactively investigate cases in the country. In Hope is an international association of internet hotlines that receives reports of CSAM on the internet and quickly removes them from the country where it is hosted. Because it's connected to 46 hotlines worldwide, it allows easier exchange of CSAM in different jurisdictions, and it also has a secure database that preserves evidence, which may aid law enforcement investigations. So in essence, empowering and capacitating the communities to take the lead in protecting their children is an important key to proactively addressing all forms of sexual exploitation of children. So we need to simultaneously strengthen systems, not only in the international level, but in the local level as well.
Thank you, Janeline, for this insight from the ground, from the work of ECPAT Philippines, work also that you're doing with In Hope, and there's gaps that we still need to close, even though if there is a legislation, it needs to be enforced effectively. And we also need to engage the communities and work on the awareness and strengthen partnership between governments and the private sector. So I will turn now to Kun Kemachart. If you could tell us more about the current state of the implementation of the legislative proposal to criminalize the solicitation of children through grooming in Thailand, because you are part of this process. So thank you very much for giving us this insight.
Thank you, Gabriela. For me, on my point of view, grooming is all about preventive legislation, how we can prevent these from happening. We cannot wait for the offender to abuse the children in person or to take pornography from children. How can we realize at the beginning when these people contact the vulnerable group. And in Thailand, we attach importance on developing of the legislation, and I have the chance to take part in the working group to amend the legislation with the child and youth department under UNICEF. We are not working only on grooming. We also work on texting and sexual abuse, sextortion, and also propose provisions to grooming legislation. And we have proposed under the Legislation Amendment Committee under the Thai Constitution. And right now, we have two frameworks. The first one is for us to propose on the dimension of we have the commission that we propose the idea to the Senate, and the second one is another committee to solve the problems in the sustainable way, and the Deputy Prime Minister is the head of this group. And the idea is proposed by the Minister of Social Development and Human Security. And right now we are waiting for approval from the cabinet. Right now we have some problems because we cannot convene meetings during COVID situation. If the situation gets better, I hope that we can do better, not only in terms of grooming. As mentioned earlier, in the beginning, the grooming problems nowadays is not occurring only in the Kingdom of Thailand, especially during COVID-19 situation. We have a lot of transnational crime. And in Thailand, we are trying to have some tools that we can fight against these crime, especially to use the online media effectively. So the context that we are trying to propose in terms of legislation on grooming in cooperation with UNICEF, we also have DSI working with us to drive forward the legislation, because grooming may lead to other types of problem, dissemination of child pornography, for example, and DSI has tried to drive forward the legislation in terms of the grooming of child can lead to money laundering in Thailand, and right now we have proposed the idea to the cabinet already, and the working group under UNICEF are proposing the draft so that we can work more effectively online and to arrest the offender and to collect the evidence better. Because the offenders, they always work in group to exchange information, and they update the information on a regular basis. So our idea for our work in the future. We may work as undercover. DSI may work as undercover and to work undercover with these people online, because we already have legislation on for undercover operation, and we just need to make sure it can be used more comprehensively. And in terms of extraterritorial offense, victim is in one country but offender is in another country. How can we pass on the evidence in a more effective way? And how can we take over their accounts? And in terms of the criminal terms, for example, if we find the evidence in the next 5 or 10 years, and the victims may not realize that they are victims. So in terms of international relation, it has to be strengthened. And also we have some issues, border issues in the past. Right now, everything is online, so technology is borderless. How can we use this advantage to strengthen our law enforcement? Especially at the end of 2020, the Directorate General established a center that we can work on using the online media, and this center is driven under DSI and also plays a role in proposing the policy or providing information and data to relevant parties. So if any of you would like to propose your ideas for improvement in Thailand, you may send an email to dsi.go.th or our call center 1202, and you would be able to contact DSI directly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Khun Kamachart, for sharing the details about this comprehensive preventive legislation that will allow to take proactive measures to detect cases, something that also Janelin mentioned. Yeah, we encourage everybody to contact DSI. Thank you for sharing the details. And it will be definitely a great big step for Thailand once this legislation is passed. And other countries should also follow in the region. I would like now to, if technically possible, present a poll for the participants. We'd like to ask you, how many countries do you think out of the 14 countries in this region, Bangladesh, Brunei, Cambodia, China, Indonesia, Japan, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, South Korea, Thailand, and Vietnam, how many of these countries do you think explicitly criminalize grooming of children, that is of every human being below the age of 18 years old? So you can choose between 2, 5, 8, 12, or all the 14. We invite now all the participants to participate in this poll. And while we are waiting for the results, I would like to add that ECPAT International developed a legal checklist for governments as a call to improve their national and legal frameworks and push for change, including through increasing accountability of business. And you can find the link to this checklist in the additional documents for the session on the forum website. So let's see, do we have already the responses, or we are waiting. We have only a few responses that indicate actually, or we are still waiting for somebody to respond. If not, I'm not sure if I can see well on this chart, but I think the first bar says it's 2 countries. Yeah, and then we have answers about the last. Some participants say it's 14 countries. It would be wonderful, and we hope this will happen in the future. But currently, only 2 countries in this region fully criminalize grooming of children up to 18 years old. It's Malaysia and the Philippines that explicitly criminalize this crime. Thailand and South Korea, Thailand, as you heard from Khun Kemachart, and South Korea as well are drafting a law to criminalize online grooming of children. There are some countries as Brunei and Singapore that established the offense of grooming, but only with respect to children below 16 years old. In most of the other countries, it's not regulated, although some other laws can apply. So following that, which is also a call for the countries of this region to criminalize grooming, ECPAT is also working with Asian Interparliamentary Assembly, AIPA, that includes 10 countries from this region, to push for this legislative and policy change to stop children falling victims to sexual exploitation. And we look to stepping up this work with support of AIPA. I would like now to go back to our conversation with Rebecca. You told us about negative impacts on children, including risk of trafficking and sexual exploitation. What actually the private sector should do to divert from unregulated volunteerism and with children and orphanage tourism, and how they can offer a meaningful support to communities. Can you give us like some practical examples or resources?
Absolutely. Thanks, Gabriella. With respect to orphanage tourism specifically, the call to the private sector is to fully divest from this practice. It isn't one of those practices where you can look at it through a child safeguarding lens and make it safer for children, because even at the very basic level, orphanage tourism perpetuates the use of institutional care for children. And this is undermining the efforts of most governments in the region to reform their child protection and their care systems and phase out the use of institutional care. And this is based on, over 70 years of evidence that shows that it is detrimental to children's development. And there are some really great examples of companies, whether they're tourism companies or volunteerism sending companies, that have really successfully divested from offering orphanage tourism products, including companies like Flight Centre, World Challenge, and Intrepid, who were all very active in this region. And many of these organisations, as well as others, were part of a task force and partnered with the Better Care Network and Rethink Orphanages Network globally to develop a specific resource that looks at divestment. And it's called the Orphanage Divestment Resource for the Travel and Volunteering Sector. And it really draws upon the learning of these organisations who have divested and pioneered that practice to help provide guidance to other companies and organisations who are looking to follow suit and implement a safe and effective divestment process. So we are calling on the private sector to support a full prohibition on orphanage tourism. And this can be through including prohibitions on orphanage tourism in membership-based self-regulation and verification schemes run by the sector, and including, the excellent example of ECPAT's The Code and the new volunteerism policy that ECPAT have released. And where orphanage volunteerism is occurring with children, but not in residential care settings. So this is general volunteerism. We are calling on the private sector to utilise guidelines, including guidelines developed such as the Global Practice Guidelines that was developed by G Adventures in partnership with Planetaria and Child Safe Travel, which is an initiative of Friends International. And these guidelines can really help organisations or companies to develop or to modify their products and their volunteerism offerings to ensure that what they're offering and promoting isn't violating the rights of children or putting children at risk of harm, abuse, or trafficking or any form of exploitation. So it's really imperative that the private sector shifts the decision-making framework from profitability and popularity of products to a human rights-centered decision-making framework in the volunteerism sector. We're also encouraging travel and volunteerism sector actors to consider making the shift from promoting opportunity to volunteer with children to opportunities to volunteer for children. And the best way that we can often support vulnerable children is not necessarily by facilitating direct contact between children and volunteers. It's often by linking volunteers to opportunities to provide support to organisations that are delivering services for children and for their families, and doing things behind the scenes to build the capacity of those organisations so that they can enhance their offerings and services to children. It's also by promoting opportunities for volunteers to attend learning events when they're going on overseas trips, where they can learn about the issues that are affecting vulnerable children so that they are better equipped when they return home to be advocates, to raise awareness and to raise support for these organisations. And there are great examples, again, of groups that are doing these kinds of learning events, including Learning Service or Peppy Tours, or programs such as Rok Khön, which operates in Cambodia, and is an opportunity for people to learn about the issues creating vulnerability and family separation, and about family-based care as an alternative to orphanages in the country. And so they have successfully piloted these types of learning and cultural immersion experiences for volunteers. I think that this is a very unique moment in time. We've discussed a lot the disruption of COVID and the impact that's had on the volunteerism sector or other spaces. And it has been a pretty radical disruption, but it has also provided an opportunity for the sector to really recalibrate and to relaunch volunteerism on a stronger platform of human rights and business principles. And so really it's our hope that the private sector will apply its enormous capacity for innovation and for shaping market norms to these issues of volunteerism, and work with the child protection sector, with governments, to really look at how they can help prevent sexual exploitation of children in travel and tourism, and specifically in volunteerism. Thank you, Gabriella.
Thank you, Rebecca. And a link to some of the resources is also in the description of this session. And thank you for pointing out that we need governments on board as well in this process, because as much as the private sector can be phasing out, we need government regulating the issue of volunteerism with activities with children. Damian, could you tell us what else private sector can do to prevent trafficking and sexual exploitation of children? The code has also some resources it offers to the industry, and thank you, Rebecca, also for mentioning the code volunteerism policy. So these are some resources that are very practical for businesses to take action, and they can also work through local code representatives on the ground. So could you tell us more about these examples?
Well, thanks, Gabriella. I'm aware that our time is running short, so I'll try and be brief, but obviously open to other questions. And you can find out more about the code at www.thecode.org. It's our main website, and everything is there. So the code is hosted by ECPAT International, is a partnership really between the tourism industry and the ECPAT network. So it's designed as a practical approach for businesses to be able to adopt to enable their employees, their customers, their stakeholders, their contractors, the whole network to take practical actions on child protection. So we think that the private sector in tourism and travel is really a key part of fighting against trafficking and sexual exploitation of children. Obviously, international bodies local and national law enforcement and NGOs have a part to play, but we think the tourism industry also has a key role to play. Travel and tourism isn't the cause of exploitation of children, but unfortunately, often the industry is used to facilitate crimes against children. And we think it's the responsibility of the tourism industry to be proactive in preventing this happening as far as that is possible. So the code essentially offers a practical approach for companies to implement child protection measures. So we have some basic criteria. There are 6 criteria. And it's things like having a policy and procedures in place for a company to know what to do if there's a potential case, to know what the warning signs are and how to respond. There is training materials available. So we have online modules designed for frontline tourism staff to be aware of the situations they might face and the appropriate responses that they might take. And then things like working with local law enforcement, local NGOs, and as Gabriella mentioned, and as Jeneline is a representative of, our network of local code representatives, and most of these are from the ECPAT network. And so these are really the on-the-ground practitioners and connections to give context to child protection, because it does look a little bit different in different countries due to legislation, cultural differences, linguistic differences. And so these local code representatives are really key in tailoring the message and assisting companies to implement child protection in a way that's suitable to that environment. We have members, we have nearly 400 members from around the world, all the way from some of the biggest tourism companies and hotels and airlines and tour operators, all the way down to very small operations. I'm speaking about individual guest houses, restaurants, local tour operators, transportation companies. So it's a very diverse range of members that we have, and we encourage members to be flexible in how they implement, and we basically stand by to support the different companies in how they approach child protection in a practical, meaningful way. Rebecca, thank you for mentioning the volunteerism policy. The policy is being revised now. It's actually been in place for a few years, and it is specifically designed to indicate or to direct companies who are members of the code to not engage in orphanage tourism. And if they are engaged in volunteerism involving children in any way, such as working with a local community or a school, to have extra measures in place to ensure training of the volunteers, to ensure adequate safeguards for the local community and especially for the children in that community. And I think the key thing is the education of people, because so many people, orphanage tourism, for example, go with very good intentions. It's not necessarily that they're looking to exploit, but it's perpetuating and supporting this model that puts children at risk of ongoing and lifelong psychological damage and harm. And it's not only sexual exploitation, it's a bad model in all senses. And it's perpetuated by good-meaning, well-meaning people supporting financially and in person. So it's a real tragedy, but I think informing people and making them aware and then becoming advocates when they come back home is a really key part of that. I'll pause it there. Thanks, Gabriella, for the opportunity.
Yeah, thanks so much, Damien. And I think it's very important to have this practical approach and offer support to the private sector on the ground, so they know what to do in practical terms and how actually generate change. So, Barty, coming back to you on this broader picture that you can give us. Can you tell us a little bit more what is being done in the region, specifically by governments and business, and also like how others can join these efforts to end trafficking and sexual exploitation of children in as much of the worst forms of child labor? And in particular, if you could mention Asian Road on the elimination of the worst forms of child labor and the International Year for the Elimination of Child Labor. Thank you. Do we have Bharati with us? Cannot hear now. I cannot hear you, Bharati. Oh, okay, that's unfortunate. Maybe Bharati will be able to reconnect with us in a second. In case that's not possible, I can just add that ECPAT International is working with ASEAN and a technical working group to draft a regional plan of action for protection of children from all forms of online exploitation and abuse of children. And this plan will provide detailed recommendations on the role of the private sector and the governments that they should take and how the governments should engage with the industry on this topic, which is very much needed, as was presented by the speakers today. So with that, I would like now to see if we can connect with Sun Hye Kang from Head of International Cooperation Unit from ECPAT Korea to intervene from the floor.
Gabriela, can you hear me?
Wonderful. Yes, great to see you with us. And we've heard from the Philippines, we've heard from Thailand that is developing a law on grooming. And could you tell us more about your advocacy work in Korea, how it started, how it related to a case of sexual exploitation of children, and what's the progress now in your country with the government drafting the law to criminalize online grooming of children? Over to you.
Okay, thank you for having me first, and thank you for the great insight provided from the other panelists. And as the panelists from the Philippines and Thailand mentioned, the importance of the legislation to prevent and eliminate the online sexual exploitation of children. Korea has faced this issue since last year, beginning of 2020. Not just the COVID-19, we also faced really serious crime cases regarding the CSAMs and the online groomings as well. So we started to see the importance of building the legislation to preventing and to eliminating such crimes. And it actually took a long time to actually revise the law because there's so many understanding has to be done before before the criminalizing the check and building a revision for the law. So the cooperation among the government and investigation agency and NGOs and legal unions were really important. And we started the advocacy work by starting with building an NGO union to prevent such crimes. And also we began to hold some of the webinars and to invite someone from international groups and provide insights on the online grooming and undercover investigation, and also the importance of criminalizing the just looking at the live streaming or the sharing of the systems. So after doing some, we were able to revise our law on the law on 2020. Of course, it was regarding the system before just producing and selling the system was illegal, but just watching. But it was also problematic because there are so many live streaming that we cannot actually download or produce. You cannot say that somebody produced it. So after the revision on 2020, we were able to criminalize all the actions like generating and disseminating or selling or buying or just simply watching the system was criminalized by the law. And also we revised a Telecommunication Business Act. So it also kind of make it obligated for the private sectors to regulate such crimes in their community. And they were now required to report such crimes, and also they are required to cooperate with the government in Korea. That still has a gap on online grooming or solicitation of the children. because that only covers the system mostly. So we kept on working on our advocacy campaigns and work and to eliminate the online child sexual exploitation. So we continue to work with our cabinet members and someone from the National Assembly to push the additional revision on our law. It is a really long name, so I will not say it, but it's about the Act on the Protection of Children and the Youth Against the Sex Offenses. So we were pushing for another additional revision, and luckily after 2020, we had a lot of interest on online child sexual exploitation, and so there has been a national petition against it, and also many of the cabinet member has an interest in it. So we were able to push additional revision on online grooming and undercover investigation, because as other panelists mentioned, that it is really hard to just simply revise a law and tell everyone to keep it. So there's a undercover investigation really needed, and also the special task force who will be in charge of such act and to enforce this law. So we are trying to push it forward. So we were able to revise the law. The revision was passed on last March, I believe, in 2021. And it will be implemented in this September this year. So we were able to criminalize online grooming. So any act of a stranger accessing to children in purpose of sexual exploitation will be criminalized and will be punished from the September of 2021. And there will be undercover investigation going on to prevent the online grooming or solicitation of children. We thought the undercover investigation was very important because if we just pass the law on online grooming or solicitation, it will be just punishing the perpetrator after something bad happened. So we thought prevention was also very important. So we really pushed for the online undercover investigation to stop the crime before it goes forward. So it was also passed. So it will be implemented. And after just going through this the process of pushing for the revision of the legislation and doing the advocacy work, we thought it was really important to work together, the government and the NGOs like us, and also the private sector, like service providers, to provide a really comprehensive prevention and protection of the children and to eliminate this crime. We thought is working together, not just fighting to each other, blaming on each other. We thought this cooperation and collaboration was very important. So that's why we started.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Thank you so much. And this is a great example from Korea. This is a great example of the progress, and also you mentioning that we need to cooperate stronger together. We have some questions from the public, and these are more in the form of comments that trade unions needs to be addressed as well. Small and medium enterprises. We have also, which of course are very important issues. We have also received a personal story that we will have a look at after this session because it's a longer input. And thank you very much, Sumati, for sharing that with us and all the speakers. As we are coming close to the end of the session, I would like to sum it up. Our discussion the discussion that focused on the need to effectively address the sexual exploitation of children in both online and travel and tourism context by improving legal and policy frameworks, by holding businesses accountable, and by addressing root causes of these crimes that amplify children vulnerabilities. So businesses need to work closer together with the government, with law enforcement, with civil society organization. We need to strengthen preventive measures, improve detection, reporting of all forms of sexual exploitation of children, and especially now view this crisis, view increased poverty, growing vulnerability of children. We need stronger preventive measures and responsive mechanism to protect children. And this needs to be urgently built in this region. And as Sung Kyo also said in her intervention, we can do that by cooperating together. And it was great to have the representative of law enforcement, civil society organization, and International Labour Organization together with us to discuss how we can do it together. We are also looking forward to the session tomorrow that is organized by ILO and UNICEF on regaining the lost momentum in the fight against child labor. So I invite everybody to attend that session at the forum and contribute to that. And with that, I would like to bring this session to the close. And on behalf of ECPAT International, I would also like to thank very much the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights, UNDP, ILO, UNICEF, and other organizers of this forum for having hosted our side session. And a big thank to all the panelists and the participants. And we look forward to working together with you and also to networking with other participants during this forum. So thank you very much. And the session is closed now.
Good afternoon and morning, everyone, wherever you are in the world. I'm Ivan Williams, and I'll be your moderator for the next hour and a half. Before we proceed to the panel discussion, please bear in mind some really quick housekeeping aspects. Interpretation for this session will be available, as you might know, in 12 languages, including Bangla, Bahasa, Hindi, Japanese, Korean, Malay, Mandarin, Sinhalese, Tamil, Thai, and Vietnamese, while the main language of communication, as you've probably noticed, will be English. If you haven't registered to the United Nations Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum Asia Pacific yet, you still have time to do it. So remember that the formal forum will take place from the 1st till the 4th of June. We invite you to actively engage and direct questions to the participants to the WhatsApp Q&A function provided by the conference platform to ask questions from the speakers. At the end of the session, we will have 10 to 15 minutes available for the Q&A session. Today is the allocated day for side sessions. A total of 7 sessions are taking place, so please feel free to actively participate. And finally, thanks to the organizers for this opportunity given to Ayush to host this session. And special thanks to Dr. Harpreet Kaur and Suparet Wasarat, the team behind, also the technical facilitators. Today's session is hosted by the Institution of Occupational Safety and Health, and the title of the session is Achieving Decent Work for All through the lens of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. It is now my absolute pleasure to introduce the audience to this excellent panel of guest speakers. So I'll be asking our speakers to briefly introduce themselves and the work the organization does. So our first speaker is Tarini Suraburanan, and she's a business and human rights specialist at the UNDP Business and Human Rights in Asia. And Tarini, can you tell us a bit more about your role and the work your organization does? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ivan, for having me today. And greeting from Bangkok. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tarini. I am the Business and Human Rights Specialist at UNDP Thailand. In this project, we have been supporting the implementations of the UN Guiding Principle on Business and Human Rights, or UNGP, which is now the most authoritative global framework guiding the responsibilities and roles of the state and the private sector on respect and protect human rights of others, and also to ensure the access to remedy for those who harm with the business activities. In addition, we are also working closely with the Royal Thai government on the implementations of the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, or the NAP, which Thailand is the first country having the adoption of the standalone NAP in the last 2 years. So again, thank you so much for the invitation today to give the opportunity to UNDP Thailand to be part of this interesting discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Tarini. It will be great to have your regional insights for the session. Our next speaker is Francis Kim Upgi. He's a Director of Economic and Social Policy at the International Trade Union Confederation, Asia Pacific. Hi, Francis.
And thank you for the invitation. I'm very glad to join this interesting session. My name is Francis Kim. I'm a Director of Economic and Social Policy of the International Trade Union Confederation Asia Pacific. We are organic arm of the International Trade Union Confederation Global, and we are effectively representing 60 million workers in 59 national trade union centers from 34 countries and territories in the Asian and Pacific region. The ITUCAP works for economic and social political justice by realizing decent work, which is persistently in serious deficit in our region. Our work also includes campaigning for a fair trading system and democratic economic integration to ensure inclusive and sustainable development. Again, I'm very glad to join you with a brilliant panel, and I'm looking forward to having meaningful discussion today. Thank you.
Thanks, Francis. We're really delighted to have you. Next speaker is Natasha Mahendran. She's a social and human rights project manager at the Earthworm Foundation, and she's based in Malaysia.
Hello, everybody. Very nice to be here with you this afternoon. I currently lead Earthworm Foundation's labor and human rights work in Malaysia. Earthworm Foundation is a member-based nonprofit that supports company members and clients to improve social and environmental practices across their commodity supply chains around the world. In Malaysia, our work mainly focuses on the palm oil industry, as well as some others such as pulp and paper and rubber. My work specifically focuses on business and supplier engagement for the prevention of forced labor, raising awareness on child labor, and promoting ethical recruitment of migrant workers. Wonderful to be here with you all.
Thanks, Natasha. And last but not least is Thomas Wills, or Tom Wills. He's a project manager and corporate accountability and trade at the Business and Human Rights Resource Center in the UK. I'm really grateful that you're joining us really early in the morning and on a bank holiday. Hi.
Thank you, Ivan. It's lovely to be here and to contribute to this panel. So I work at the Business and Human Rights Resource Center, which is a global human rights NGO with staff in more than 20 countries around the world. And our function is to advance human rights in business and to eradicate corporate abuse. And we do this by tracking allegations of corporate human rights abuses via our website. And then we use this rich information and analysis to support rights groups as they build a case for better business practices and for better laws to stop corporate abuse and address the imbalance of power between corporations and their workers and communities. As part of this work, we are looking at the role that international trade agreements and investment agreements play in creating and sustaining corporate power. And we're also thinking critically about how trade deals can be used to support businesses to bring greater commitment and action on human and labor rights. And this obviously includes a focus on the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. And so I'm looking forward to contributing my thoughts to this discussion today. Thanks.
Thanks, Tom. It is great to have your trade-related expertise today. Thanks everyone again. And before we dive into the conversations, I'd like to give you a little information of who IOSH is and what IOSH does. So the Institution of Occupational Safety and Health is the world's leading chartered professional body for people responsible for safety, health, and well-being in the workplace. Our focus is to support our members in their efforts to create workplaces that are safer, healthier, and more sustainable for everyone. As well as being a professional body and membership organization, we're also a thought leader, helping organizations around the world excel in safety and health. We also develop products and services to enable employers to create the right leadership, culture, and governance in order to deliver a tangible business benefit in relation to productivity, competitiveness, brand, and resilience. As you can see from the slide, we have well over 48,000 members in 130 countries, and we act as a champion advisor, advocate, and trainer for safety and health professionals working in organizations of all sizes in most sectors. We also have more than 40 branches organizing meetings and activities, helping to support members with professional development, learning, and professional networking opportunities. Myself, I belong to the policy and regulatory and engagement team, and from a policy perspective, IOSH influences decision makers and informs the policy making process in many aspects of safety, health, and well-being at work. More recently, we are engaging in conversations to better understand how health and safety interplays with different aspects of either social sustainability, business and human rights, corporate governance, and decent work as well. These are just some examples of our recent engagement with public policy in the region, either through public consultations or calls for evidence from governments, or from policy development initiatives where we highlight the need to create safer, healthier, and more sustainable workplaces. And as you can see, our influence is also evidence-based and supported by research and carried out in the region. So these are just some examples of research that we carried out to better understand the complexities of those working, as you can see, in challenging sectors, such as those operating in the global container ports industry, the maritime industry, seafarers, or those working in the coal mine industry. And on this particular subject, we also strive to advocate for safer, healthier, and more sustainable trade by elevating occupational safety and health standards in trade policy and agreements. So our recent contribution to the United Nations Policy Hackathon, we recommended that general elements of trade agreements need to better embed a minimum level of occupational safety and health and regulations. And I think that this is a message that is worth resonating in similar platforms like this one, or the ones that will be led in the next few months by the ILO, the International Labour Organization, or the WTO, the World Trade Organization. And without any further ado, let's give it a start to the conversation. And it's worth noting that this session has an exploratory remit. So while the Economic Partnership Agreement has been long in the regional and Asia-Pacific agenda, the implementation of the free trade agreements is still in its infancy. Reason why we thought this could be a great time to discuss about this particular issue. You might already be aware that many of the countries involved in this agreement are currently in the process of formal ratification. So it is expected that this process will extend till January 2022. And I'm conscious that we do have a subject matter expert in this session, but I just wanted to give a quick snapshot of the economic significance of the RCEP agreement for the region. In summary, this is a free trade agreement that looks to stimulate markets and enable the free movement of goods, especially industrial and agricultural products. I forgot to mention that we have divided this session into 4 different themes. So the first theme looks at providing a better understanding of the agreement in itself. So with that in mind, Tarini, Tom, I'd like to know your initial thoughts on what are the benefits expected from the RCEP across global supply chains, and how the partnership can support or better support the promotion of human rights and global supply chain in the region. So Tarini, if you want to start the discussion, thank you.
Thank you, Ivan, for this question. And this question is very important. And to understand the answer for this question, I think it's very important to understand the holistic impact of this trade agreement. In the past, we have seen several bilateral and multilateral trade agreements made in our regions. And the RCEP agreement, which was signed in 2020, therefore builds on these foundations. And the objective of the RCEP agreement is to create the economic partnership that will facilitate the expansions of the regional trade and investment, therefore will contribute to the economic growth and also development. Literally, if this agreement is successfully translated into practice, it will bring about more job creations for people and also the market opportunities for the private sector in the regions. So this is the impact that we expect to see from having such a trade agreement. However, we have to make a very careful interpretations of this impact, as it might come together with costs and risks. The reason why I'm saying this, because in the past we have seen that a rapid economic growth has some linkages with the environmental and social challenges relating to, for instance, the labor exploitations, the environmental degradations, which have a long-term implications on human rights, or the well-being and the livelihood of the community who reside around the business operations. This means that if we're focusing only the economic impacts or benefits from having such agreement, we might have to suffer from this adverse impact as a consequences of human rights violations. And this situation is even now exacerbated by the context of COVID pandemic, where a greater risk on the human rights violations is put among workers, especially those who have the vulnerable status, like migrant workers, workers in formal sectors, women and children, is expected to increase in this period of time. And at the moment, it's not clear yet if the RCEP agreement have made any specific provisions or the commitment to the internationally recognized standard on labor and environment. However, we have seen a strong push to recommendations from civil society and also other group of stakeholders, including investors and shareholders, who are calling for a strong commitment from the government and also the role of private sector on responsible business conduct. So we can expect to see a more stringent provisions in other trade agreements in the future. One of the examples is on the EU trading agreement, which most agreement that they make recently with the trading partner include the commitment on social and environmental accountability as a preconditions for the negotiation with them. Therefore, to be ready for this trend, I think it's an opportunity for the government to strengthen and uphold the commitment and also upgrading the protections measures in relation to these issues. In addition to the state, I think the role and responsibility of private sector is also need to be mentioned. Their role on respect human rights to meet the expectations of the UN guiding principle on business and human rights is very important. And some trading negotiations, like the one made by EU, also make a strong reference to these guiding principles. In Thailand, the government have made a firm commitment on the UN guiding principle on business and human rights, and the country have translated this commitment into action through the adoptions of the first National Action Plan on business and human rights. This means that all Thai companies have a duty to respect human rights of others throughout their value chains. And to undertake this commitment and responsibility, the company are recommended to undertake the process called human rights due diligence to identify, prevent, and mitigate potential and actual human rights risks that the company, even the activity in supply chain may cause or contribute to. And therefore, this will help to promote and protect labor rights of workers in the company-owned operations and also supply chains. I think that's pretty much for my answer for the first round of question. Thank you.
Thanks, Tarini. And Tom, it would be great to have your initial thoughts, and also if you could build on what Tarini has said in terms of both positive and negative aspects coming from this kind of agreements.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Ivan. And that was a really comprehensive introduction, Tarini. I think my perspective is less positive on the potential impact of the RCEP. So the first thing to say is that it's certainly a big agreement, and it covers 30% of the world's population, 2.3 billion people, and covers 30% of the world's total economic output. But in terms of what the RCEP actually includes, it's relatively conservative. And the question that this section started with was, to what extent is the RCEP a state-of-the-art deal? And in that respect, it falls short on almost every criteria. It's essentially an agreement that reduces tariffs between the 15 countries that are the signatories. But this is in a region that already is crisscrossed by lots of different free trade agreements and investment agreements, and in which tariffs are already typically very low. The RCEP has just 20 chapters compared to 30 in the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement and 34 in the US-Mexico-Canada Agreement. So based on this, I think it's worth asking why the RCEP exists. And there are obviously diplomatic reasons why the RCEP signatories have formed this trading bloc. And I think the development of the RCEP should be understood in the context of President Obama's efforts via the Trans-Pacific Partnership to strengthen the USA's economic standing in East Asia, and perhaps the RCEP was in some ways a diplomatic or geopolitical response to that. But beyond those kind of diplomatic questions, it seems that the RCEP is driven by the interests of corporations. Its aim is to make life as easy as possible for corporations that are operating across the region. And it does this by, as Taraneh already said, creating a permissive business environment, so lowering the tariffs that need to be paid, lowering the standards that need to be met, and keeping the regulations that businesses need to follow as low as possible. So you can see why, given all this, businesses have welcomed the introduction of the RCEP. But then for the rest of us, there is a note of real caution. This is overall a recipe for deregulation, and means that governments themselves have less flexibility when it comes to regulating in the public interest. So perhaps nationalizing certain sectors, driving up standards, or protecting certain industries from international competition. All of this becomes a lot more difficult if a country is a signatory to the RCEP. And therefore, the agreement, in my view, privileges corporate interests above the needs of workers and communities, and is, in some senses, quite anti-democratic. In addition to these points, I think that it's notable that the RCEP fails to place any additional responsibilities on businesses to counterbalance the rights and opportunities that it provides. So the RCEP is notable compared to other similar trade agreements in that it fails to pay any lip service to human rights and the environment in terms of its language, and Taraneh already mentioned this. Often similar trade agreements include language about human rights and labor rights, about the UN guiding principles on business and human rights, or even around the Paris Climate Agreement. And in this really important respect, the RCEP fails to do any of this, and therefore cannot at all be seen as a state-of-the-art or best-in-class agreement. And I'll go a bit more into this shortcoming in depth later in the discussion. Thank you.
Yes, please, Tom, feel free to do so. Thanks for sharing your thoughts on this. And Natasha, can you please provide some thoughts on this topic? And I guess in particular in relation to the impact on the supply chain, or the potential impact on the supply chain at the local level in sectors such as agriculture and farming. And I know you do have on-ground expertise in Malaysia, so thank you.
Thanks. I think one of the key elements here is to consider how individual businesses could be involved, perhaps building on the new human rights-based due diligence requirements and frameworks that are out there now, to look at that in terms of how they enter into contracts and into cooperation. I think the important thing is for businesses to be aware of the requirements, and especially on the labor side in terms of employment, worker rights and human rights impact of businesses. That connection needs to be there, and that awareness needs to be built amongst companies as well.
Thanks for your thoughts, Natasha. And Francis, Tom was mentioning the big focus of the agreement around the private sector. So what will it take to the agreement to stimulate a social compact between other bodies like governments, social partners, and civil society to achieve inclusive and sustainable economic growth and therefore decent work within the region.
Thank you. Sorry. Sorry. As already explained by you, Ivan, the RCEP covers most economic aspects with very wide and significant social and health impacts. And in this regard, we have very negative view on this RCEP. So I would like to share some, the deficit in the RCEP to achieve inclusive and sustainable economic growth and decent work. So I may need to echo what Tom already explained. First of all, I want to highlight these 8 years of a series of undemocratic or least democratic and closed negotiation, which even failed to meet its own principle and objective of RCEP countries to create an open, inclusive, and rules-based trade system to make trade work for all. We strongly believe that they failed to meet their own principle. And also RCEP, as it is today, does not accommodate our long-standing demand to establish meaningful consultation mechanism, including social dialogue at all levels, ensuring transparency and inclusiveness. Furthermore, there was no comprehensive impact assessment of the deal and no consideration of necessary mitigation and remedial measures for workers and farmers affected very significantly by this RCEP. And also RCEP does not have any labor chapter, including a provision on labor rights. We should note that the continued and rampant violation of labor rights in Asia and Pacific with a large number of informal and precarious workers and persistent downward pressure on wages and deterioration of working conditions. According to the ITUC Global Rights Index 2020, 10 out of 14 signatory countries of RCEP have no guarantee of rights or with systematic violation of rights. We also know the very serious situation in Myanmar today. Furthermore, the RCEP fails to have environmental standards to ensure environmental sustainability and resilience, despite the fact that Asia and the Pacific is the most affected region in the globe by natural events. And the RCEP does not reflect what we have learned from the current COVID-19 pandemic, in particular, to respect the government's ability to regulate in the interest of their people in order to promote quality public services with universal coverage, including healthcare system. Hence, therefore, the ITUC-AP, together with our affiliates from the participating countries, have already called on all democratically elected legislature in the participating countries not to ratify it unless these deficits will be rectified. Considering long and significant economic, social, environmental, and health impacts of the RCEP, it is always not too late to rectify these deficits. Thank you.
Thanks, Francis. Really interesting thoughts, and I really like how your narrative is connected to the other speakers as well. So let's move on. Still talking about the same issue, and some of you have highlighted work-related sensitive issues, such as the standards for the protections of workers' occupational safety and health, yet remains an issue to be properly covered in public policy agendas on this subject. So this debate, I can only tell that is much welcome. And historically, free trade agreements focus on the removal of barriers to trade, as Tom has indicated, covering social issues like occupational safety and health only indirectly, if at all. In recent decades, the importance of labor provisions and social clauses has been increasingly recognized. For example, our paper confirmed the supporting evidence that highlight how labor obligations, including health and safety obligations, are becoming increasingly important elements in this kind of agreements. For example, in the ones led, as some of the speakers have mentioned, by the US or the European Union, that require the parties to respect decent work principles in accordance with international standards. But that said, our paper also alerted of not so well developed practices that might compromise the protection of labor rights or that don't uphold international labor standards. And this is particularly the case for those agreements that involve challenging regions, such as the novel bi-regional association agreement between the European Union and Mercosur with countries from the South America region. Question for the speakers is that as regard trade agreements, the promotion of decent work, the ratification and implementation of co-labor standards are an important area of cooperations between the parties involved in this agreement. So would this create a space for the implementation of collaborative initiatives to improve labor standard and OSH, occupational safety and health, at a regional or country level? So Natasha, it would be great to have your thoughts on this. I know you already provided some tips, but can you please elaborate a bit more on this?
Sure, thank you. It would be ideal if in the pre-ratification stage that international labour and OSH conditions and standards are clearly outlined. This would mean that under such agreements, there isn't a race to the bottom, or that the competitiveness of companies across countries isn't based on low wages or poor conditions. This would also mean that there's a clear legal framework and guidelines for companies to follow, instead of solely relying on voluntary codes of conduct to meet international standards. Cooperation on capacity building, monitoring structures, and complaints processes would also be important here as well. Consultation, I believe, would be key for having good cooperation. How relevant actors and stakeholders are engaged through the process of designing the RCEP till ratification and beyond. And if governments need to amend laws or policies prior to ratification, what would be important to see is how these changes will be communicated to employers, workers, and the public. To also look into who will be enforcing the changes and if they are well equipped. For example, if labour inspectors are able to identify labour trafficking, forced labour or child labour, if these international standards can be upheld. So in terms of complaints mechanisms, who can access it? Will groups most impacted by the agreement be made aware of its existence? And what redress functions would be applicable? Also in terms of monitoring mechanisms, this is another area where governments and social partners can contribute. But what exactly would these modalities be? And would it be accessible to those non-specialists from industry associations, CSOs, trade unions, that would have a wealth to contribute, but traditionally aren't always involved in these types of processes? So as others also mentioned, we've seen COVID impacts. It would be really important to see that through the RCEP, that we can handle the impacts on workers much better than we have been. How can we have collaboration to ensure that workers are better protected? Last year here, we've seen pressure on workers that have been exposed to health and safety hazards, even in the production of those very essential goods, such as personal protective equipment that's needed in this pandemic. Workplaces have become infection zones, and work dormitories have become hotspot cluster sites. So I would really like to see us do very much better, and I wonder if through these agreements that we could have a stronger crisis response.
Thanks, Natasha. Francis, can we have your opinion on this, considering that ITUC is one of the key or crucial advocates when it comes to international labor standards?
Thank you, Ivan. Well, first of all, I would like to highlight that occupational safety and health is a fundamental human and workers' right. And that the international instruments clearly declare, including Universal Declaration of Human Rights and International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, and ILO instrument. As you may know, nearly half of ILO instruments deal either fully or partially concerned with issues related to occupational safety and health. And ILO Centenary Declaration for the Future of Work also well reflects the importance of the OSH issue. However, 2.78 million people died from work-related illness and injury each year, even before the pandemic, which means every day almost 8,000 workers died. Some 374 million non-fatal work-related injury occur every year, resulting in more than 4 days of absences from work. Asia is the worst region in terms of work-related mortality. 65% of the all work-related mortality in the world came from Asia. And you must know that the economic burden of poor occupational safety and health practices is also quite high, estimated at 4% of the global GDP every year, which is around $3 trillion US. The COVID-19 pandemic also clearly demonstrates the importance of occupational health and safety measures to contain the virus from the workplace. Unfortunately, with very poor, inadequate OSH measures in Asia Pacific countries, a large number of workers, including over 17,000 health and care workers, have died from the virus. ITUC have been working together with ITUC Global to improve the OSH condition in the country, in our region. However, the Asian Pacific region have been facing inadequacy and ineffectiveness of national and local OSH legislation. Especially most legislation undermine participation of workers and trade unions to deal with these OSH measures. Also, the enforcement of the OSH is also of serious concern with weak regulatory frameworks and monitoring system, inadequate number of labor inspectors, lack of financial resources, and unreliable data and lack of tripartism. I would like to highlight the critical role of trade unions to improve OSH based on freedom of association and the right to bargain collectively. Therefore, I believe that all free trade agreements should realize OSH as the fundamental rights with, of course, an enforceable and effective labor chapter with a robust monitoring mechanism to have positive economic, social, and environmental impact. Thank you.
Thanks, Francis. I think that's indeed a really interesting, a really important point to be highlighted throughout the debate. And Tom, you mentioned similar agreements that we could potentially benchmark in terms of higher standards, especially those coming from the North America region or led by the European Union. So what are your thoughts on this topic?
Yeah, thank you, Ivan. So as has already been mentioned, the RCEP has no commitments within the text to the internationally recognized human rights, labor rights, and environmental standards that are defined by the UN or by the ILO. These are included, as you say, in the Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership, which is the trade agreement that links a lot of the East Asian and South American economies, as well as Mexico and Canada, and in some of the EU's free trade agreements since about 2014 that have been signed. But even in these trade agreements, there is little enforceability, and they simply provide via a trade and sustainable development chapter to provide a structure for resolving human rights issues through the framework of the trade agreement. So for instance, within the US-Mexico-Canada agreement, if it can be proved that a specific company or factory has been guilty of labor violations, such as paying below the minimum wage or suppression of unions, then there is a mechanism within the agreement to suspend the trade advantages for that specific company or factory. So putting extra tariffs in or restricting market access. And that is a positive way in which trade agreements can support better human rights and labor rights. Although in every example, I think there is much more progress that needs to be made to understand how that can work more efficiently and effectively. And these processes tend to be very slow. As has already been noted, the RCEP is silent on all of these matters. It contains not even the most kind of cursory language on human rights commitments, and it doesn't even reference the ASEAN's own human rights commitments. This matters, firstly, because if we are hoping to use trade deals to build a fairer and more prosperous world, then those trade deals should add responsibilities on business as well as advantages to international business. And this also matters because of the specific geopolitical context of the RCEP countries. And two of the most significant issues in the region at the moment when it comes to labour and supply chains are the widespread and well-reported issues of forced labour in Xinjiang in China, and in Myanmar, the suppression of trade unions and the imprisonment of union leaders. And it's notable that on both of these issues, the RCEP will be completely toothless. And when you add to that the huge range of ongoing issues in the region, from low pay to the abuse of migrant labour to mass deforestation, and in sectors from palm oil to rubber to garments, it seems even more ridiculous that the RCEP is so toothless on core labour rights, human rights and environmental protections. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks for sharing your thoughts. And Tarini, considering, I mean, the role and the agenda of the UNDP, what are your thoughts on the implementation of these collaborative initiatives and how those could drive improvement? I mean, even if the agreement is still in its ratification stage. Thank you. I think you're on mute, Tarini.
Everyone. Yeah, thank you for the question. I may have answered this question in the previous question, but again, I think this going to be a strong driver for the signatory state to uphold their commitment on the promotions of decent work and human rights as a whole, to based on the international labor standard and conventions, and also become an incentive for those members who haven't made the ratifications on the key conventions. If the trade agreement have explicitly include the commitment of human rights as part of the prerequisite or the condition associated with liability of the agreement member. But the issue of enforceability is also important that we have to monitor, and I think it's also reflected by other speakers already. In addition, on the technical part of the trade agreement, we have seen that some trade agreement also offer the area of collaborations in terms of exchanging expertise and good practices through forum and dialogue. This therefore will lead to a platform of learning and sharing experience and challenges facing among the signing parties. And at the country level, UNDP Thailand has been supporting such a dialogue between the policymakers and also the private sector in the area of business and human rights. And of course, the issues related to labor are part of the discussions. And the challenges that we found from this dialogue is the issue of policy coherence, meaning that there are still some gaps between the national law and regulations and the international standard. For example, the gap on the national regulation on ethical recruitment of migrant workers, and the provisions of freedom of association and collective bargaining as reflecting in the ILO Conventions 87 and 98 and so on. And in this regard, we are collaborating with other UN agencies like IOM and ILO, who have specific mandate on these issues to support the Thai government and the businesses to address those gaps to ensure the decent work conditions, which is the fundamental rights of workers and also the key element for the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Thanks, Tarini. I know the UNDP are leading the way when it comes to collaborative initiative with like-minded international organizations. So thanks for raising awareness on this issue. And as many of the speakers are are highlighting, it is true that free trade agreements can lead to both positive aspects, such as increased foreign investment or economic growth, but conversely, they can also lead to negative aspects, such as poor working conditions or precarization of particular sectors. This was, I guess, particularly the case of the North American Free Trade Agreement, the so-called NAFTA, signed by Canada, Mexico, and the US, that led to many manufacturing industries closing and allocating the jobs to Mexico, where, as many of us know, enforcement of labor or health and safety standards or protections were and continue to be more fragmented. It is for that reason that inclusion of health and safety regulations within trade agreements need to better protect against these issues. So this is a question really for all. With that in mind, can you please provide some further tips or advice on how the so-called least developed countries included in the agreement, in accordance with their regulatory frameworks and circumstances, can or might progress towards the effective implementation of human rights due diligence? So Natasha, the floor is yours. Can you please share your thoughts?
Sure. To start with, it would be important to look at the starting point for each country in these areas, that they will have strengths and weaknesses across sectors and industries. It won't be the same in each country, and I think support should be designed accordingly. We also need to see who is currently included and excluded in current national regulatory frameworks. For example, are the most vulnerable workers and communities included in labour and other laws, such as young workers, casual workers, internal or international migrants, refugee and asylum seekers, workers in the informal economy, and so forth. We would also need to look at the capacity building support provided to such countries, as well as business actors, civil society and trade unions in these countries. Here, resources, tools and trainings would really be critical, especially along with the support for enforcement functions in the government, such as labour inspectors. From a business perspective, how industry associations are consulted in these countries and included at the table is important to look at as well. Employers may actually be able to move faster than the time that it takes for laws and regulations to be amended. So they do play a vital role in ensuring decent work. So getting them on board, using market leverage, especially for those import or export oriented companies, is really critical. They do, however, need a mechanism, perhaps via their industry associations or others, to be able to communicate with governments where laws and policies need to be amended so they could uphold decent work conditions, and also to be able to share the specific support they need, such as the ease of access to information, guidelines on the application of complex laws, perhaps tools and resources. From our experience working on the ground in several developing countries with farmers and with producers of various agricultural produce, what we see is there is a real need for resources, tools, guidelines, support to be able to translate laws into practical application on the ground for employers. And as these least developed countries are often source countries of migrant workers, I believe there is a need for support and cooperation around the recruitment of migrant workers. Such cooperation across the region on this topic would ensure that all workers' rights are respected, that there are clear fee structures for employers to pay, an end for unnecessary bureaucratic processes that then lead to that encourage the use of middlemen, for example, in recruitment. And this can also help end recruitment-related debt bondage of workers and promote transparency in recruitment processes more broadly.
Thanks, Natasha. I think those were really practical tips and really good advice. Tarini, Natasha mentioned the importance of making improvements when it comes to training and also to provide practical tools and resources on the ground. What other tips or advice can you please give us or give the audience?
Thank you, Iwan. I think this is very important questions to ensure that every members will really benefit from the trade agreement. At the regional level, a technical collaborations between the member of the agreement is very critical. As mentioned earlier, that UNDP Thailand have been supporting a South-to-South collaborations through capacity building, technical support, and also the dialogue between different stakeholders. We also working closely with the private sector to support them to conduct the human rights due diligence through trainings and through development. For example, last year we just launched a simple tools called a rapid self-assessment for business in the in the context of COVID-19. So they can use this to identify the human rights risks in their operation and supply chains. And the issues of labor is also part of the question that they have to do the assessment. And this is already available in 12 languages. And in this year, we are going to launch a training guide for the company to conduct the human rights due diligence within their own organizations. And at the national level, I think the collaboration between the government, private sector, and civil society is a key for success, especially the role of civil society, which Natasha already mentions. You know, there can be a non-profit organization, worker association, or the trade union on the process of the implementations of the due diligence is really highlighted in the UN Guiding Principle on Business and Human Rights. They are playing an important role in monitoring the transparency of the process and also ensuring the accountability of the state and the private sector. Therefore, I think it's also important to ensure that we will have provided them enough public space for the engagement and be inclusive in all the process, as this is also a fundamental and also the principle of the due diligence. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Francis, we would also like to hear your thoughts on tips or advice. I know both Natasha and Tarini have mentioned not only better engagement, but better involvement of the civil society organizations. So please tell us a bit more.
Even as other speakers already mentioned, that many LDCs in the RCEP has been suffering for long from weak labor market institutions with weak or suppressed labor rights and slavery wages, bad working conditions, and so on. Therefore, the development and enforcement adequate national regulatory frameworks and circumstances to the effective implementation of human rights, social and labor and health and safety due diligence is important. So the ITU-CAP, together with our affiliates, has been advocating it based on social dialogue, and we have many policy discussions and technical support for affiliate, for them to engage with their government to develop an enforcement adequate national regulatory frameworks. So yeah, at the national level, I already mentioned the regulatory framework with a strong enforcement mechanism protecting and upholding the labor rights of all workers, regardless of their employment arrangement, should be institutionalized. And such framework should specifically guarantee the rights of workers to freedom of association and collective bargaining that would allow them to bargain not only with traditional bargaining targets, such as the employer, but also governments and potentially the buyers. As mentioned before, I would like to highlight the critical role of the trade union and workers in improving OSH conditions. Many studies already show that the work-related injury and disease rates are significantly lower where there is the active trade union presence. Unions have to have the capacity and power to make it happen. This means that recruiting and retaining union members and ensuring our union representatives have the training, knowledge, bargaining skills, support, and strategy in place. So the ITUC, together with ITUC AP, we provide necessary materials and the resources for our affiliate to improve their capacity. And I would like to share that the recognition of the COVID-19 as occupational disease in Philippines is actually after the strong trade union campaign, which demonstrate the importance of the trade union law in improving OSH condition. Thank you.
Thanks, Francis. And I actively encourage everyone to go through the ITUC website and resources and the resources they normally provide within different campaigns, because those are really practical and insightful. And Tom, you already mentioned good practices in terms of, let's say the big countries like Canada, the US, or even, I mean, the European Union. But isn't it, this thing, the most challenging thing, the diverse variety of countries that are involved within the agreement, from emerging countries, developing countries, or less developed countries?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. And I think a comment on the trends towards human rights due diligence laws. The Business and Human Rights Resource Centre that I work for is very supportive of these legal innovations, and we are supporting various campaigns and areas of research in the EU and in Latin America and in the UK, involved with various campaigns, including other unions and civil society organisations working to try and get these laws through, not because we think that they will be able to solve every problem that we identify in global supply chains and with business practice, but rather because we think they will provide an additional means through which workers in global supply chains will be able to access justice and access remedy. And the important aspect, as far as we're concerned, of these laws is not that they oblige companies to conduct human rights due diligence, although that's obviously very important, and not that they oblige companies to publish their human rights due diligence assessments, although that is also very important, but that they create a relationship of liability so that companies can be held legally accountable if they fail to uphold and respect human rights standards. And that liability relationship has, I think, been all too lacking in the way that businesses have been regulated over the past few decades. I want to make a comment as well about the tariff reduction aspects of the RCEP, because I think this is really relevant when we're talking about occupational safety and health, and we're talking about the standards of labour support in different countries. And the RCEP, as I said at the start, is in its soul a tariff reduction agreement, and it obliges all of the member states to eliminate the customs duties that they impose by approximately 92% over 20 years. So it will be, after 20 years, much more easy to buy and sell goods across the borders of RCEP countries. Now, that tariff reduction reduces the ability of countries to support and nurture their domestic industries. And I think while that might provide some opportunities for cheaper goods, it also provides the structures through which labour and cheap natural resources can be exploited internationally. Obviously, the current state of global supply chains is in many places grotesquely unequal, and some countries have been locked into producer status. So they have low wages, low regulations, and their economies have been designed to churn out cheap goods or churn out cheap natural resources for the consumption of richer countries. And this situation has obviously been partly created by the legacy of colonialism, but it's also been partly created by the trend of these free trade agreements that lock countries into a low regulation approach, rather than allowing them the flexibility and policy space to pursue their own development priorities. And no one has yet mentioned the fact that the RCEP was initially negotiated by 16 countries, and that midway through last year, India, which had been one of the negotiating parties, decided to drop out. And there were a number of reasons for this, but I understand that part of India's motivation for leaving the deal was that by signing up to the deal and dragging tariffs down, Indian farmers, which are obviously a very significant constituency in that country, would have been additionally exposed to international competition, to being undercut, and that would have undermined livelihoods in the country and pushed those farmers into more precarious and vulnerable work. So the RCEP agreement, by requiring countries to keep tariffs low, denies those countries the ability to industrialize at their own pace, and therefore is likely to limit the development of the poorer countries in the RCEP region, while potentially creating additional market opportunities for those richer countries. And so for that reason, I see the RCEP exacerbating already existing inequalities within the region. And that is something that we need to tackle if we are to prioritize decent work in the wake of the COVID pandemic that respects labor rights and unions and offers countries the ability to move beyond these very labor intensive, low regulation industries that have very much associated labor rights issues. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom, for highlighting that link between tariffs and standards. Sorry, just a really quick question. So do you also see similarities between the agreement and the Mercosur, the one affecting those countries from the South America region?
Yeah, absolutely. When you look at different free trade agreements around the world, they have far more in common than they have difference. And the fundamental logic is to remove barriers to trade. And while that, as I have already said, provides opportunities for some businesses, that also has the effect of reducing the flexibility for governments to support their industries and to bring up standards. And so agreements that are fundamentally about bringing down barriers to trade and also bringing down standards have a lot in common.
Thanks, Tom. Really interesting. So we're now getting towards the last theme, proposed theme of our panel session. I'm really enjoying the conversations, to be honest. So our last theme is much about anticipating change or future developments. It has been previously mentioned that we can expect major long-term trends impacting within the whole region, such as the restructuring of global value chains, countries or some particular countries embarking themselves in the digitalization of their economies, or nations becoming strongly aligned to greener goals and jobs, therefore abandoning traditional dangerous activities. These are some examples that have been reviewed in the Asia Pacific Trade and Investment Trends 2021 Outlook report by the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. So on that basis, I'd like to ask our distinguished speakers about the impact of the Sustainable Development Goals, and also that link between sustainability and business and human rights. I'd like to know what are the major trends that will positively or negatively impact at a local or global level. And I know we have already mentioned some specific sectors, such as the palm oil industry, and also other challenging sectors that might come to an end at a longer term, such as the coal mining as well. So, and Natasha, based on your local expertise in the region, can you tell us a bit more?
Thank you. Whatever the sector or the industry concerned, we really need to ensure that people are employed in decent work and that their human rights are respected. So we need to understand what it will take for employers to respect their workforces, and we need to also understand what workers' needs and desires are for their future. There really needs to be real freedom in choice of employment. So that would mean that work, whether in a rural or urban setting, across whatever sector or industry, would all need to have decent working conditions. And these decent conditions should be easily recognizable across countries and sectors and industries. I would like to discuss migrant workers here. Our Asia Pacific region is a huge exporter of labor within and outside the region. Within countries, internal migration is often a necessity, especially to large cities where employment is more freely available. But if we imagine these same countries in the region actually being able to achieve the SDGs, their companies being able to achieve sustainable business practices and OSH standards, basically if wages were at a fair living standard instead of the minimum, where there's good quality education that's accessible to everybody, and decent work was actually available to people in their own countries at their village or town level, what then could we say of those current migrants who are overseas or internal migrants? Would this entire category of the workforce even exist? Would people still be pursuing these 3D type jobs in future? Clearly, standards will have to be raised to attract and retain workers in the long term. So whether we're talking about plantations in Malaysia that are dependent on migrant workers, or farms in Australia dependent on holiday and seasonal work visa holders, we really need to think about the future of work in these critical sectors that are dependent on migrants or other vulnerable workers, and how this will impact labour, trade and economies in the years to come.
Thanks, Natasha. I know you previously mentioned the palm oil industry, and I know there have been also some recent discrepancies from the European Union on this particular sector and how the production should be like more sustainable. Can you give us some further thoughts on anticipating change in this particular sector?
Sure. I've been working on programs and projects with this industry for the last 5 years now. And honestly, I can say that I've seen immense changes, a lot of change in attitude towards workers' rights in the industry. But of course, change has come slowly. So this is where it's really important that there is that collaboration and cooperation and support from government and other actors. What we found working with the palm oil industry is that for a lot of small, medium-sized companies, or if you're talking smallholder farmers that do have labor-related issues, there's a lack of awareness. And the industry is huge. Palm oil counts for 5% of Malaysia's GDP. So it's a very important industry, but what support is available for those wanting to make change, trying to convince boards and so forth in their companies that sustainable practices are needed. There's always the risk that if Western countries are blocking or not wanting to purchase palm oil, that it will just be sold to other countries where there's such a critical need for palm oil as an essential part of people's diets and ability to cook. So it's a challenging industry to work in, but we are seeing positive changes. We are seeing change on the environmental side, the social side, the labor side. So we seek to encourage that. And one of the things we're doing at Earthworm Foundation is really pursuing more of a landscape approach now, and really pursuing multiple actors working together with companies, civil society, unions, government, local farmers and other actors as well. So it will be interesting to see though, as this industry is dependent a lot on migrant workers, where it will go in future. Will this supply of migrants still be available and willing, or will conditions need to really change for local workers to be more interested in this industry as well?
Thanks, Natasha. That's much appreciated. And again, I strongly encourage everyone to dive into the foundation website and to see good examples and practices on this particular sector or other sectors as well. Tarini, I'd like to ask you the same question, and also based on your sustainability background as well. But well, I guess you would like to focus the attention on the situation in Thailand. Can we please have your thoughts?
Thanks, Ivan. First of all, maybe I address the trend globally. As you know, that all countries are progressing toward their commitment for the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goal by 2030. The decent work and economic growth is one of the key elements for this achievement, and reflecting in on Goal 8 of the SDGs. This means that the country will have to ensure the effective implementations of relevant measures to promote the realizations of this goal in order to achieve the sustainable development. Apart from this sustainable development agenda, we have seen an increasing expectations from many stakeholders, especially the trading partners, investors, shareholders, and also a group of buyers that are looking for a commitment and also concrete actions from both government and also business on the protections and promotions of human rights. And the trends on the corporate sustainabilities, which focusing on the company accountabilities on social, on society, environment, and also good governance, is another driver for the private sector to do things beyond the compliance on the minimum laws and regulations in the country where they are operated. In Thailand, many major companies, I'm talking about the big firms, have been conducting the human rights due diligence since a few years ago, based on their voluntary basis as part of their sustainability initiatives. And also some of these companies participating in the sustainability benchmarkings and rating. For example, the Dow Jones Sustainability Indices, the DJSI, which human rights performance of the company are part of the assessment criteria. So these are the trends that are happening for the Thai company, especially those with the high revenue generation and big capital market realizations. However, when we talk about the SME, the small and medium-sized company, is another story. It's still a questions about how we can bring them into the same page with the big company to ensure their performance on the human rights, respect and obligations. In addition to these expectations, we also expect to see a more stringent law and regulations relating to the due diligence and the human rights obligations. For example, in the future trade agreement, or even some domestic law and regulations. In Thailand, we just have a new ESG or sustainability mandatory reporting that being applied to all listed companies, regardless the site and the industrial sector. This law was just introduced by the Security and Exchange Commission this year, and is going to be effective by next year. The topic on human rights and labor practices are one of the mandatory topics that the listed company have to disclose the information about the performance and also the process that they use to manage these issues. So this will strongly have the implications on the corporate human rights obligation and responsibility.
Thanks, Tarini. Very interesting thoughts. Tom, I would like you to go next. Can you please tell us how SDGs and decent work in particular are or tend to be embedded in trade agreements of this nature? And also, would you like to highlight any trend that you think might positively or negatively impact within the partnership? Thank you.
Yeah, of course. And my comments will be general, and I'm glad that the other panelists are able to provide more specific comments to the region. I think one trend that needs to be watched very closely is around investment protection. There is a commitment within the RCEP to look at introducing more comprehensive investor protections after 3 years, and that could include what has been called ISDS clauses, which stands for Investor State Dispute Settlement Clauses. And these clauses are included in hundreds of trade agreements and investment agreements around the world, and they exist to allow corporations to sue countries if those countries have pursued a policy that makes it more difficult for the corporation to profit. And the most famous example of this was when Philip Morris, the global tobacco giant, sued Australia when Australia introduced a law that required cigarette packets to be sold with plain packaging. And Philip Morris said that that law was jeopardizing their ability to profit, and they sued Australia. And there are lots of other examples. For instance, the Australian mining company Newcrest sued Indonesia when they banned open pit mining that was damaging the environment and polluting water sources in that country. So at the moment, we're very glad to say that the RCEP agreement does not include these clauses, but we need to be very vigilant that in 3 years' time there is an opportunity to review that. And in my view, it would be disastrous for all kinds of human rights, environmental and democratic reasons if these clauses were to be involved in the future. I think the other thing to say about the next year or two with the RCEP is that we're all speaking about it as if it is a deal that is already in force. As you said in your opening comments, even the 15 countries signed late last year, but only 4 countries have so far gone through the ratification process, and that is China, Japan, Thailand, and Singapore. And that provides an opportunity for the other governments who've signed to give their ratification a little bit more consideration. And for the 8 years up to last November, all of these negotiations were going on in secret. And it's only since the agreement was signed that populations, unions, civil society organizations, and businesses have had the opportunity to actually see what was in the agreement and to give proper consideration to the impacts that that deal might have on workers in supply chains, on the environment, on occupational safety and health. And so I would hope that the coming year or two provides all of those countries with a little bit more time and flexibility to properly consider at a democratic level what RCEP membership would mean for them. And some, such as India already have, may consider not joining because it's actually perhaps not in their overall long-term development interests. So we'll be watching those ratification processes with great interest.
Thanks, Tom. And, I mean, it's been great to have that mix between local and global views. Francis, I think you are the last one to close this theme. So please, can we have your thoughts more from a global perspective? Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. My comments, my answer is quite similar with other panelists. The future but I would like to change the question to what should the future investment and trade in the region become? Because the current governance actually it actually deteriorates the inequality across countries, and especially the low developing countries suffering from this asymmetric power in the global supply chain. So the future investment and trade should respect international commitment, including sustainable development goals and UN guiding principle on business and human rights, and OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises, and also ILO Multinational Enterprise Declaration and Paris Agreement, to name a few. In fact, these instruments are all interlinked to decent work, supported by creation of decent jobs, workers' rights, social protection, and social dialogue. In particular, the current COVID-19 pandemic makes this Sustainable Development Goal 8 on decent work more relevant than ever, emphasizing the importance of occupational safety and health, protecting jobs and workers' rights, and strengthening social protection system, and addressing unemployment and informality shocks. And this interlinkage between SDG 8 and the other SDGs are numerous and significant. And I also want to share the importance of social dialogue in the setup of this arrangement for future investment trade. We must guarantee that all stakeholders should participate in the discussion to design and implement, monitor, and evaluate the arrangement for future investment and trade. Last but not least, I would like to share this recommendation on SDG 8 during the Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. And after the discussion, they recommend to be more inclusive in the setting and strengthening the institutional mechanism for decent work-led sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, and also to strengthen labor market institutions for effective and inclusive labor market governance, and also to accelerate occupational safety and health as a fundamental labor right, and to set up investment in human capital to provide all people the opportunities to realize their full potential throughout the life cycle, to make a progressive policy reform through social dialogue, including the just transition toward environmentally sustainable economies and societies for all, and to design coherent and integrated strategies to ensure the dignity of work for all, including for informal workers and those in precarious employment, of course, including migrant workers, and to develop and implement frameworks to recognize, reduce, and redistribute unpaid and underpaid care work, advance equal pay, and enhance public investment in care infrastructure. So I think this future investment and trade should respect these recommendations to ensure inclusive and sustainable development. Thank you.
Thanks, Francis, for your final thoughts. Thanks, everyone, for a really interesting debate. So time for us now to address some pressing questions coming from the live stream platform or from the participants attending the session. Let's see if we can respond to these ones in just 1 minute or so, if possible. One sector that has not been mentioned during the discussions is the one in relation to the consumer electronics and computer manufacturing industry that have stimulated growth in the region for the past few years. What are your thoughts on this sector? Anyone would like to address this question in relation to the consumer electronics industry? Francis, maybe this is one for you to address.
Sorry, could you repeat the question, Gates?
Sure, yes. One sector that has not been mentioned during the discussions is the one in relation to the consumer electronics or computer manufacturing industry that have stimulated growth in the region for the past few years. What are your thoughts on this sector, I guess, in terms of standards on this particular sector?
Thank you. We see, of course, definitely this sector is one of the leading sector for economic growth in our region, Asia Pacific. But we must understand that there's a the wide spectrum of the supply chains, and the lower part of these spectrums are workers in the low part of the supply, the low part of this spectrum in the supply chain have not been given full respect of their rights, and they are suffering from very low living wage, and also the fundamental rights, especially the freedom of association and the right to collective bargaining, suppressed or violated. So my comments during this panel discussion is also the relevant to this sector. We must set up the regulatory framework to make these all workers, regardless of their status of employment, enjoy their fundamental workers' rights to represent their interests.
Thank you. Thanks, Francis. And then we do have another couple of questions that I might have to merge into one, and that could also act as a conclusion. So if you, around the table, if you can just provide one key takeaway response, that would be great. How can civil society organizations be better represented in trade agreements, discussions, and negotiations? Natasha, can you please give us a quick highlight on this, quick takeaway, sorry? You're on mute, sorry.
I think monitoring of the trade agreements is an area for civil society participation. And as we discussed before, even in the design of the trade agreement, civil society's perspectives can be included at this stage. And civil society is very broad. It also includes industry associations and workers associations and so forth. So including this variety of perspectives beforehand and then monitoring and later in evaluation would be the best, so that different perspectives are heard and it's not just coming from one sector, being government.
Thank you. Tarine, can you have your key highlight? Thank you.
Thank you, Iwan. I think this role of the civil society is very critical, as I mentioned earlier. This is one of the key areas that UNDP Thailand are supporting in terms of the dialogue, providing them enough public space for the engagement. One of the challenges that we found is that the civil society organization kind of like cluster, they are doing the work in different interests. Like for example, this one are working on the environmental issue and this one working on the privacy. So the questions and the difficulty is how we can bring all of them and consolidated their input together and giving them the floor to express their voice and concern. And I agree with Natasha that we have to include them since the process of drafting the agreement or deciding whether we will do the trade agreement or not. And their role will be very critical when it comes to the monitoring the effectiveness of the implementations of the trade agreement. Thank you.
Thanks, Tarine. Tom, your key takeaway of how civil society organizations can be represented in trade agreements negotiations. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's notable, even in those trade agreements that do include commitments on human rights or labor rights or the environmental standards, that those chapters are always secondary to the overriding target of the trade agreement, which is to create easier, cheaper, and more efficient trade. And if we are to truly try and ensure that trade agreements do good things for human rights and labor rights and equality, then we need to make sure that those human rights provisions are on the same of the same status as the mainstream economic provisions in the trade agreement. And so we need enforceability mechanisms that allow civil society to note whether a human rights abuses between partners in trade agreements, and we need the sanctioning and enforcement to be at the same standard as it is if, for instance, a party to a trade agreement had put in new tariffs or put in new regulations. When that happens, there are lots of ways that those can be challenged. When human rights abuses are alleged, then there's far less enforcement. And so the RCEP agreement is way below this, but even the ones that we talk about as the best in class are still dominated by the overall idea that they're trying to make trade easier rather than also trying to support the realization of global human rights.
And finally, Francis, your key takeaway in 1 minute, please.
I just want to reiterate that the RCEP is actually fair to have people and labor and our planet at the center of this. They fail to address the people, labor, and our planet that should be at the center of the building, prepare us a future with the sustainability and more inclusiveness and resilience. So our demand is very clear that we want to rectify those deficits, which I already mentioned earlier, towards an open and inclusive and rule-based trading system for all, including for all people, including all workers, regardless their status of employment. And also regarding the OSA, or the OSH, Occupational Safety and Health. As you know that the ILO governing body in March this year, they decided to include this discussion about inclusion of the safety and health as a fundamental right at work. And we see that governments are very supportive and many major employers are also very supportive. ITUC AP and ITUC together with our affiliate continue to work to make these supports translated into formal acceptance of occupational safety and health as a fundamental rights at work at the International Labour Conference in June 2022. So I also would like to ask your continued support to give priority to occupational safety and health. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Francis. We're also eager to see that development coming into fruition in the next ILO conference, international conference. Well, special thanks to the speakers. You've been such a great panel, and the organizations you all represent for the great work they do on the ground and at a more global level. We're also really grateful to the participants that have joined us today and to the translators that are getting our message across in 12 Asian languages. I'm sure the resource will also be made soon available on demand for later view, so please feel free to come back to us with any further questions or comments. And please enjoy the rest of the 4 days of thought leadership content and stimulated discussions. Again, thanks, and please stay safe, everyone. Thank you.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? I hope that everyone is hearing me fine and well. I'm very pleased to have everyone here today. I know we have folks calling in from around the world, so I've said good afternoon for the time in Bangkok. I am in the Netherlands at the moment, so it's good morning to some of you, and I imagine we have some calling in the evening time. But it's great to have everyone here. My name is Marian Ingrams, as you saw on the screen, and I am the coordinator of a civil society network called OECD Watch. And our role is to support civil society in addressing responsible business conduct, improving the conduct of businesses through engagement with various tools and instruments of the OECD. So in particular, in recent years, we have been working closely with the OECD to help advance focus on gender to include impacts on women as well as LGBTQ plus individuals in supply chains. So we've been working with the OECD's due diligence guidance to help them factor in a gender lens. And so this is a particularly complex and complicated issue to address, often because of the social and sort of cultural stigmas that exist around these issues of violence and harassment in workplaces. So that's particularly why I'm glad to be part of this call today, to hear from several experts in the field about this important issue and how they are each from different backgrounds working to address this challenge. So I'll take a couple seconds to lay out some of the issues in the field, and then I will begin a first round of question and answer with our panelists for them to introduce themselves and begin to discuss some of the issues with relation to violence and harassment in supply chains. And so in Asia Pacific, supply chains play a particularly important role in employment, and that is also in particular of women workers. Women workers make up a significant contribution to many different supply chains. Unfortunately, women also often face particularly adverse impacts or adverse working conditions in supply chains due to concentration in lower skilled and lower paid positions, having more precarious contracts, temporary or part-time contracts, and then also strong use of women in the informal sector to support global supply chains. So just to give a few numbers, I think something around 80% of garment workers are women, and they are often subject to harassment at the workplace, sometimes as a tool to repress workers or encourage higher quota outcomes, fewer opportunities for advancement. In the garment sector, there's also a particular challenge of women working informally in support of the garment sector and having fewer protections. Some of the speakers today will be addressing impacts from COVID-19, and they will look at how COVID-19 has deepened impacts on women, including in the informal sector. In the electronic sector, and that's also a very prominent one in Asia Pacific region, some numbers show that 75% of electronic workers are women. Again, as in the garment sector, often in sort of the lower paid, more menial areas of the factory work structure. In the electronic sector, women experience similar harassment and violence impacts, and also increased health risks from some of the chemicals or materials used, and that impacts both women's health and also fetal health. And then in the agriculture sector, which is also an important one in the Asia Pacific region, women also feature very prominently. Interestingly, women own, I believe globally, represent about 40% of agriculture workers, but they own 15% of land. It's not directly related to violence and harassment, but it's an interesting statistics on disparity between men and women in that sector. I thought I would also note too that the ILO has recently put out some research finding that 64 million girls work as child laborers, including 71% in the agriculture sector. And here too, in this sector, violence and harassment against women can be quite serious, particularly because in this particular sector of the physical nature of the work, women being spaced far apart, far from eyes of other workers, potentially places women in a more vulnerable position in fields where violence or harassment can occur. Now, I've mentioned COVID-19, and I think COVID-19 has caused a great setback on some levels in thinking about how businesses and governments and communities are addressing impacts to women. But there have also been some advancements in the last couple years related to this issue. And the one that we're going to focus on today is the ILO's recent development of the Violence and Harassment Convention, number 190, and recommendation number 206. So I think we have challenges to look at, but also a very important tool to help governments and subsequently businesses address this important issue. And so again, here we have speakers from across different settings and across different stakeholder groups, as I think of them, to help us think about and understand some of these issues, how the convention can help with the impacts that we see and are seeing increased as a result of COVID-19, and how all the different stakeholder groups, whether that's business or sort of business advisory groups or civil society groups, can work together to try to resolve this issue once and for all. So that's my quick introduction. I want to turn it over to the speakers now. And what I will do is ask each speaker to take just a moment to introduce him or herself. And then I'm also going to give them a few questions to guide their initial remarks. And we'll go through the speakers once, and then I will open up for a couple questions before we take a second round going through the speakers. So let me first begin with Joni Simpson. Joni is Senior Specialist on Gender, Equality, and Non-Discrimination at the ILO. Joni, can you take a moment just to introduce yourself more fully, the work that you are doing? Take about a minute for that if you can. And then please, can you let us know a bit more about the ILO Convention number 190? In particular, why was this convention needed? What are the impacts that it is trying to address? And then how is Convention 190 oriented to address those problems? Thanks very much, Joni.
Okay, thanks, Marianne, and hello, everyone. It's wonderful to be here today. I'm based in Bangkok, and I provide guidance to our country offices and through them our constituents who are worker, employer, and government organizations. As you know, ILO is a tripartite organization, so we're part of, I'm part of a specialist team, and as was mentioned, I work on gender equality and non-discrimination in the world of work, and I do that through various means on policy, on tools. I do have work related to the garment sector, which was mentioned by Marianne. So I do a broad cut of different work, and I wanted to, as was mentioned, provide a bit of information around this new and exciting and relevant Convention 190. But I wanted to start off as well by saying a few words about the pandemic and its implications on jobs. And worldwide and across the region and income groups, the pandemic has hit women's labor market opportunities the hardest. Our estimates show that 81 million jobs were lost in the region alone in 2020. And while women have made up the bulk of essential workers, for example, healthcare, they've also been the hardest hit by the job losses due to their concentration in the low-skilled, low-paid jobs and sectors, and where there are power differentials. And that's one of the underlying elements of this issue of violence and harassment. Clearly, there are unfinished business when it comes to gender equality in the world of work, and that was there before the pandemic, and that was a feature as well along global supply chains. And this has to do with the underlying causes of gender-based violence and harassment. And there have been other impacts of the pandemic, such as increased burden of unpaid care work for women, and this parallel pandemic on gender-based violence, in particular domestic violence, with lockdown measures and added stress factors on families. Also, the risk of violence and harassment in the world of work has increased, where in many cases now home is work, with technology facilitated violence and harassment the risk growing because more and more people have working arrangements online. And due to all the pressures and stresses that companies, workers, employers are facing due to the results of the pandemic, this risk is growing. And I guess one of the good things is that we have this international treaty. And right now there is really international agreement that violence and harassment is unacceptable anywhere at any time, whether in times of prosperity or in times of crisis. Violence and harassment in the world of work is recognized as being incompatible with promoting sustainable enterprises, and it impacts on workplace relations, enterprise reputations and productivity. It threatens equal opportunities, is unacceptable and incompatible with decent work. It may prevent persons, in particular women, from accessing, remaining in, or advancing in the labor market. And it can also affect a person's health, dignity, and family and social environment. It can constitute human rights violence or abuse. So the risk of violence and harassment is even higher now during times of crisis. And the COVID-19 outbreak has been a somber reminder of this issue. Addressing violence and harassment in the world of work has long been a priority of the ILO and many other organizations, but even more so now during these times of crisis, but also of recovery. And since 2019, with the adoption of the Violence and Harassment Convention and its accompanying recommendation, these efforts are now part of an inclusive, integrated, and gender-responsive approach. So, as we know, prior to the adoption of the convention, which is Convention 190, there was this growing momentum in the world to address this pervasive issue, which disproportionately affects women. And calls were coming from civil society, trade unions, and many companies were really taking action, understanding that this is not something that they want in their global supply chains. Governments are also taking action, but there was no comprehensive framework, and the right to everyone to a world of work free from violence and harassment has never before been more clearly articulated in an international treaty. So Convention 190 provides a comprehensive guidance tool on the issue from the world of work, looking at the different and complementary roles and responsibilities of each party. And the Violence and Harassment Convention took 4 years to come to the making through a very intensive process of consultation, stock taking, drafting, and agreeing on the terms of the new instruments. It culminated in 2019 when it was adopted with resounding majority of government workers and employers from around the world. So this is important as for the implementation effort, because all three parties were on board and very much involved in crafting these new tools. C190 provides a clear and common framework for action and opportunity to shape a future of work based on dignity and respect and free from violence and harassment. And its guidance is relevant for global supply chains, as it provides guidance on minimal agreed standards of what should be done in law and in practice. It highlights the roles of enterprises when it comes to policies on equality and non-discrimination, information and training, occupational safety and health measures, risk assessments and responses, and the rights and responsibilities of workers and other persons concerned are also clarified. And its ratification and implementation will provide stronger legislation, prevention, and protection of all workers and all employers. And it'll ensure the rights to work free from violence and harassment, including gender-based violence and harassment. So this is good for business, as it'll improve national standards, which clarify the roles of suppliers and companies engaged in global supply chains and across, of course, borders. Now, this new convention defines violence and harassment as a range of unacceptable behaviors and practices that aim at, result in, or are likely to result in physical, psychological, sexual, or economic harm. And this covers physical abuse, verbal abuse, bullying, mobbing, sexual harassment, threats and stalking, among other things. And along with its recommendation, the accompanying recommendation 206, it sets out a common framework for action to prevent and address violence and harassment in the world of work. And the convention applies to all sectors, whether public or private, in the formal or informal economy, and whether in urban or rural areas. And it calls on member states to protect those in sectors and occupations and work arrangements with more exposure. And as was mentioned earlier, agriculture, domestic work, workers who are working in isolation. So COVID-19 has exacerbated violence and harassment in some sectors, like the health and social work, emergency services, domestic work, working at night or in isolation. And COVID-19 further exacerbates the precariousness, stigma and discrimination, violence and harassment of groups in vulnerable situations. So there we could think of migrant workers. So why is this convention and recommendation even more relevant now than ever? Well, COVID-19 has generated increased risk of violence and harassment due to stress, work from home modality, increased domestic violence, and the convention recognizes the potential spillover effects of domestic violence in the world of work. And the recommendation provides guidance on mitigating this. It is also there to prevent and address the rise of violence and harassment beyond the physical workplace to wherever work happens, and looking to identify and prevent and address violence and harassment in at-risk sectors and jobs or specific populations facing disproportionate risk. It's there to clarify the roles and responsibilities of each actor and encourage social dialogue to identify the best solutions for the context. It's there to protect everyone in the world of work, including violence from third parties. During COVID-19, many have put their skills and services to the response of the pandemic, even volunteers, and who are protected. So it covers all workers, covers all employers, and provides a clear framework where violence and harassment are not tolerated, makes it better for business and for all. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Joni. That was a really thorough introduction to the Convention 190. That was very helpful. Outlining in particular the broad scope of application of the convention to all different types of workers in all different types of settings, which, as you very helpfully outlined, have been changed by COVID-19. COVID-19 has significantly impacted, as you said, where work takes place, how it takes place, and in what manner workers are engaged. So let me go now to Vuong Thay Nha, who's the leader of the Socially Marginalized Populations Program at CARE in Vietnam, the non-governmental organization CARE. Nha, you and CARE more broadly have extensive experience and knowledge about the situation of violence and harassment in global supply chains in Asia. I think for your case with a particular focus on the garment sector. Can you take just a minute to introduce yourself and your work broadly, and then address some of the following questions? Joni has given us a bit of an introduction to impacts in this respect in the workplace. Can you share your own perspective from civil society on what impacts you saw with respect to violence and harassment before COVID-19? And can you address how COVID-19 has worsened the types of situations, work situations you see? And in light of this background, can you explain why CARE was supportive through its advocacy for the ratification of Convention 190? Thanks very much, Nha.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nga. I'm the Urban Program Team Lead of CARE International in Vietnam. In this program, we work a lot with women workers working in informal sector and factory workers, particularly in garment sector in Vietnam. And we have one of our focus area of work is on prevention of sexual harassment at work. And we have worked a lot with brands, factories, suppliers, and workers to address and prevent the issue. And it's my great pleasure today to share with you insights and experience and how we can work together to address this issue. So violence and harassment is one of the most prevalent human rights violations in the world of work. It is persistent across countries and sectors. People of all genders suffer, with those that lack power at work being most at risk. Poor and marginalized women are often engaged in precarious jobs where they are particularly exposed to abuse and exploitation with little access to protection, and where they depend on their pay to survive and support their families. Worldwide, as many as 1 in 3 women experience violence and harassment at work. In those sectors that employ predominantly women, such as garment manufacturing, rates of violence and harassment are even higher. For example, in Bangladesh, 80% of garment workers, 2/3 of whom are women, have experienced or witnessed sexual violence and harassment at work. Results of CARE's baseline survey in the Southeast Asia garment factories suggest that around 1 in 2 women workers have experienced sexual harassment. With COVID-19, it is now widely recognized that gender-based violence and harassment has soared in many countries during the pandemic and the global economic crisis following in its wake, leading to a shadow pandemic of gender-based violence. CARE recent research on Vietnam garment sector in the context of COVID-19 pandemic shows that gender-based violence in the workplace tends to increase as stress level do, and the pandemic has caused a shift in the power balance between workers and their employers. This, coupled with a lack of information, has placed workers, especially female workers, in a more vulnerable position. The study findings showed that nearly 20% of female workers and 12% of male workers reported experiencing at least one form of violence in the previous 6 months. Not only at work, with many women confined to their homes due to lockdowns and other restrictions, the rise in domestic violence rates has been particularly concerning. The data further shows that at home, the rate of violence against women has almost doubled to 53.2% compared with the previous 12 months. And as Johnny shared previously, the ILO Convention on Violence and Harassment, C190, is the first international labor instrument that recognizes the right of everyone to work free from violence and harassment. Strong and inclusive in scope, it covers all workers, regardless of contractual status and irrespective of where they find themselves in the course of doing their work, including home-based and informal workers. The convention is also hugely significant in its recognition of impacts of domestic violence on workers. It is therefore very relevant to CARE's work, and it is in support of and alongside with these millions of women. CARE campaigned for 2 years for the adoption of C190 to keep all workers safe from violence and harassment. And now, as the convention already adopted, CARE, together with ActionAid, International Trade Union Confederation Asia Pacific, and International Women's Rights Action Watch Asia Pacific, are campaigning to push for the ratification of C190, especially across the Asia Pacific region. Thank you.
Thank you, Nya. That was very helpful. And I was interested to hear you echo in particular something that Joni had said, which was about the sort of second parallel pandemic of domestic violence alongside the pandemic of COVID-19. And we see how that impacts power relations and workers' conditions and ability to work in their official workplace. Let me turn now to Ms. Faiza Touba, Program Officer focusing on labor rights at Laudes Foundation. Touba, you are working a lot in global supply chains as well, raising awareness among workers and communities about their rights, raising corporate attention to gender-sensitive due diligence. Can you take a moment to explain what impacts and challenges you have seen before and after COVID-19? And to ask you what you think can and should be the role of different stakeholders in ensuring workplaces and supply chains that are free from violence and sexual harassment or harassment of other forms. And as with the others, please take just a minute to introduce yourself and your work more broadly, and then if you can speak to those questions, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. Hello, everyone. This is Faiza Touba, and I work for the labor rights team of Laudes Foundation. I'm based in Bangladesh, and our foundation's goal is to redefine and redistribute values for the good of all, and also to also talk about the inequality and climate inequalities. So in terms of gender-based violence and the impacts of what it had before and after COVID, this is something already Joni mentioned, that this is an age-old problem. And I see it as more of a consequence and also a cause of patriarchy, power imbalance, as well as gender inequality. And when it comes to gender-based violence, even before COVID, the problems that it had were, first, it's a very stigmatized and tabooed topic. So you will hardly see anyone saying that I have experienced a violence based on my gender. Mostly, at best, people would say that, okay, someone else or my colleague, my neighbor, my friend had it, but they will never speak up for themselves. That's the first problem. The second thing I think we see as a challenge is that most people do not realize that they have done something wrong as a perpetrator, or as a victim. They also do not realize that my rights have been violated because of my gender. So one of our partners were doing a research on more than 400 workers in the garment sector. And from there, we could see that 80% of them, survey people, could not define that what is actually gender-based violence. And thirdly, even if you are entitled and if you are empowered enough or enlightened enough to understand these issues, you will not speak about it because you would fear the backlash. Again, I would refer to one of our partners who is a very legal expertise. They have said that if you are a woman in this part of the world and you have been unfortunately been raped, it's better that you die on that time, because if you are alive and talking about it and going for help, it would be even worse, and it would be worse for you and our entire family. So this is the operating context that we had before COVID. And now, after COVID, what happened is that people are not actually talking about it anymore. So everyone is in a survival mode. They have to survive first. So when our partners were going and talking about gender-based violence and like raising awareness amongst their worker base, they were being said that we have a lot of work to do. And if we talk about these issues at this point of time with my factories or somewhere else, I will be losing my job. I have seen my pregnant colleagues losing their jobs in this pandemic. So for me now, I have to feed my children. So I cannot prioritize it, and it's absolutely understandable. So this is, I think, at this point of time, COVID has made this very priority area again de-escalation, that we have to survive first. We have to feed our children first. So that's what has been, I would feel that has happening in terms of the gender-based violence and stuff. And in terms of what can be the roles of different stakeholders in the supply chain. So if we think about from a very top level, state level, it's absolutely important, Joni mentioned, that the ratification of ILO C-190, that's very, very important. And one of the ways and so far only 6 countries have ratified it. So it's not a lot, but the problem is there in every region for centuries, right? So what we probably have to do is make sure that push the governments to do it. And one of the ways I feel that we can push the governments to do it, especially the lower income or the middle income countries, are to tagging these conventions with different trade preferences or trade deals, because they are very much looking for the economic development or well-being of the country. So if you could do that, if that can be done, then it would be really good. And they might be more enthusiastic to ratify ILO C-190. And then from the second perspective of, if we look at to the businesses side, so businesses as they are rebuilding and rethinking about how they are operating in this COVID or post-COVID area, they have to make sure that gender sensitivity is a core part of their working. It can no more be taken as a good to have aspect. It has to be something mandatory. It has to, and many of our partners are already working with different companies so that they are, while they're rebuilding their businesses, they are actually taking consideration of this gender-based violence. And there are some practical tools that would help the companies to look at those things. And also businesses, because it's very important for these countries to have businesses with these big global companies, So they need to also push the governments where they are working to make sure that they ratify this convention. And from the perspective of us who are funding different projects in different regions, I think we have to support much more to the workers and to the civil society organizations, especially the grassroots level organizations, so that we can build their capacity and they can demand for the ratification of ILO C-190. At Laudes, at this point of time, we are supporting multiple partners who are directly working to tackle the issue of gender-based violence, and also not only in the apparel supply chain, but also to the overall environment of the where the workers are living. So it also includes the community where they're working and from where they're staying, and also the commute because there have been many studies in Bangladesh which says that majority of women have been harassed or violated based on their gender on commute or transportation. And that's pretty, I think, other than that, we are also working on ratification in different countries for the C-190.
Thanks very much, Tuba. That was very helpful, a very clear laying out of recommendations for how different stakeholders involved with this process can engage to support. We've heard from 3 of those different stakeholder groups, government, well, I'm calling ILO government, it's multilateral, from civil society, from donor. I'd like to turn now more to the business side to hear perspective there. Let me first ask Ms. Latileta Koro to speak. This is General Manager for Group Governance and Human Resources for the Vinod Patel Group. As with the others, Latileta, can you take a moment to introduce yourself, about a minute, and your general focus of work? And then can you give us a little bit of perspective from the business side? Obviously, these impacts are first and foremost a human rights issue, and that should be reason enough for businesses to address them and for governments to address them. But it's also worth understanding that these also cause problems for business bottom lines. And I think that's something that you had wanted to raise here. So from the perspective of the private sector, can you share a little bit about what you think has stopped businesses from addressing violence and harassment in workplaces and supply chains so far? We've heard about this being an issue of patriarchy, often involving domestic violence. Perhaps businesses feel this is out of their sphere, but I'll leave it to you to tell us what has stopped businesses from taking action. And then can you explain how these problems really do impact businesses and why it should be of concern to them? And then lastly, I'll ask you, how would you encourage businesses to take action to address violence and harassment, and how does C-190 support that, that work of businesses? I'm timing speakers, so thank you. If you can go ahead, Latileta, that would be great.
Well, certainly. Good evening, everyone from Fiji, a little tiny dot in the ocean on the south. It's an absolute pleasure to be here this evening and sharing a few comments from the private sector, and more so because I'm lined up with a whole bunch of very seasoned individuals that operate in far more either developed or much larger economies. We have about 900,000 people altogether in Fiji. I look after the governance and the HR portfolios within the Vinod Patel Group. It's one of the largest companies in Fiji, of at least 10 businesses that operate in retail, manufacturing, construction, and steel. And we have footprints across the Pacific and also extending to Australia and New Zealand. And so in the governance portfolio, I look primarily at transitioning from we're a family-owned business, so building corporate governance structures and practices and disciplines for business growth. And then on the HR side, obviously, is human capital management. And core to that is just ensuring that when any of the businesses within the group have growth strategies, that we develop the human capital competencies, mix, etc., that will help them achieve those goals. That's fundamentally what I work on, or what is part of my portfolio. The questions that you've raised are very valid. I will try as best as I can to share some inputs and insights from our perspective as a key player here in the South, in the private sector, and I don't think it differs much from what other private sector players, irrespective of where you are in the world, would be going through or see as critical. But before I venture into that, I probably just want to set some context. As small a nation as we are, we have ratified C190, but more startling is the fact that we rank quite high in terms of the rate of sexual and domestic violence in the world. In fact, one of the studies that was done quite a while ago had, at least 2/3 of the women in our population had been subjected to sexual or domestic violence in their lifetime. Now that's startling for a small nation like ours. And unfortunately, the data, well, it has improved, but since COVID hit, we have seen a significant spike, not only in what's reported cases, but cases that are coming through the National Domestic Violence Helpline. Also in Fiji, and which is why largely the private sector doesn't like to venture into this space, this topic is taboo, just as shared by the previous speakers. That churches don't talk about it, communities don't talk about it, even families don't talk about it. Data is not so prevalent, and the discussions as well. And in Fiji, this issue is left often to the CSOs and the NGOs to deal with and talk about with government. And all other stakeholders just plod along business as usual. So the first question of why most businesses, in our view, have stopped or don't want to venture in this space is traditionally, we've just been about core business, right? Whatever's in your contract, you start at 8, finish at 5, make the money, do what you need to do according to your JD, and we'll pay you the wages that we've promised, and we'll grow the business. And professional and personal life have always been demarcated, traditionally. So, companies just don't think it's a space that they need to venture into. So long as you're here working for me, it's a 200% concentration for financial purposes, for business growth. Whatever happens in your private space at home, that is something we do not venture into. It's for you to deal with. And we expect that you will not let the personal space interfere with the professional space. That's been one of the major reasons why companies in Fiji don't venture into making gender-based violence or even sexual harassment and workplace bullying front and center of their discussions. The second that I think I'd highlight is, and other private sector companies might share the same sentiment, is that when we venture into this personal space, in our view, we are increasing our risk and liability. So if we're going to look after and attend to a team member and provide the supporting environment for them to be looked after, should they be subject to an issue like this, where is the end mark here? What happens if our team member, you seek to assist them and you want to take them out of the household that's subjecting them to violence? Okay, then what happens after that? Where do you put them? Do you have to accommodate and pay for and fund counseling? There's so many other questions that it opens up that is out of the ordinary course of business. So to some of us, it's too much of a risk, and then it may often lead to liabilities, especially if you're going to give the staff member or team member some form of advice and then take it on board, and that advice turns against you, if it ever were to get to court, or if they take on your advice and then the perpetrator, it infuriates them, and then it leads to, more issues. So for companies, it's best left in the personal space. Now, how do these problems impact business, right? So if it is in the personal space and we don't really need to look into it, why should we start looking at it now? And we'll share some of our experience. Before we even talk about financial impact, I think it's important for businesses to know that this is, apart from it fundamentally being about human rights, this is an occupational health and safety matter. We all have legislation that governs our need as private sector to set an environment that is safe for our team members to work in. and to make sure that they are safe and clear of risk. For us at Vinod Patel Group, we've noted that there's been unplanned absenteeism. We've had late arrivals, early departure unannounced. And what that does in a highly competitive retail environment is it places a lot of pressure on the existing headcount to try and manage the workload. And what then is at risk is the productivity level. So people who used to operate at 100%, being able to generate X amount of revenue because they are all there mentally, physically, and they've got enough time to manage their clientele. They are now having to deal with the workload of other people who have had to be on leave or absenteeism without notice. And what that does for businesses, apart from productivity levels decreasing, you see a rise in the risk of inefficiencies because no one is thinking at the same 100% level. So they're doing things probably in an inefficient manner, but ultimately what that results in is your potential to lose revenue and a reduction in your service level. That's if someone is absent. So we do notice a lot of unplanned absenteeism, but you have committed employees who, despite being subject to domestic violence, will still come to work. And there's a risk even there, right? Because mentally, they are not altogether there. They are worried. Some of them are fearful, and therefore their productivity in and of themselves is not at the required level. And then we've also experienced resignations. You know, some just not only don't come to work, but they just stop coming to work at all. And in doing so, what that also increases, directly or indirectly, is it increases your cost to rehire. And it's not just the cost of rehiring, it's the cost of retraining someone. And you're okay if it's entry-level employees, but I'd like to share an experience at Vinod Patel that we grappled with last week. We had a colleague of ours who is a senior manager and is a senior manager in a frontline business division or vertical. And it was a critical role. Unfortunately, last week, we've been having lockdowns as well as curfews. And there was a frantic call to us that she will not be able to make it to work. And her husband had knife to neck and had threatened her that she needed to leave the premises either immediately that night or the following morning. Now that for us was a strategic critical role, and we really needed it at that particular point in time of our business. So last week, one of our line businesses that she works for became an essential business, declared and gazetted. And so we had to have everybody on deck, primarily her department. Now, she had to obviously not come to work thereafter. You know, fortunate for us as a key player in the private sector, we have contacts in government, in the law enforcement agencies, and we were able to clear her from the premises. But in the absence of that critical role, it took us about a week and a half to recover, not only in terms of how efficient the team was, but leadership for the team. And in a highly competitive environment like ours, where we've only got X amount of people, and therefore the market is so small, everybody is fighting for a piece of the pie. When a strategic role is affected, we lose out. So it's no longer a level playing field for us. And so that's one of the risks that we face as businesses if we don't have the right supporting mechanism to address cases like this. I think I'd also like to probably highlight two others. One is that it's a business issue because if you look at it from the occupational health and safety perspective, if you are not creating a safe environment for your employees, right? It's not necessarily just limited to the person who's a victim, but there are workers that work with that victim. So if the spouse comes to work and kicks a fuss and puts threat, not only on the victim, but the other workers, you find yourself breaching your obligation and responsibility under, like in Fiji, it's the Hasawa Act. Yeah. So that exposes the business as well to legal liability, fees, penalty, etc. And what is most critical for a highly competitive environment like ours is brand equity. And so when you have, you know, domestic violence come to work, if our services are affected, or if a victim is not protected from a perpetrator and the perpetrator comes to work and we don't have the controls to eliminate or stop the perpetrator from entering any of our premises, all of a sudden it's on social media. Vinod Patel, you're just big in the market, but you don't know how to deal with protecting your people. And our brand equity is, for us, down the drain. And if we don't make a stance for it as a business, then your own people, who are often your first champions, right? If you're looking at word by mouth and promotion of your company, it's your people. If you can't protect them by having policies or responses to manage sexual harassment, gender-based violence, and they resign, they will take a very negative brand image of the company wherever they go, and they'll say, look, as big as they are, Vinod Patel Group, when it comes to their people and when their people need them the most, there is no protection for them. I think I'll just quickly cover the other questions that you have. How could we encourage other businesses? We're doing
Let me actually,
at Vinod Patel.
I was going to say Latileta, just for the interest of time. In fact, the other questions are a little bit forward-looking anyway. So if it's okay, let's hold them for the next round. That'll give you more chance to look forward now, along with the others, about how to address the problem. And I want to thank you for underscoring how important it is for businesses even to address an issue like domestic violence, which I think businesses often really do consider exceptionally outside of their sphere of responsibility. You've explained well how, in fact, it crisscrosses with a lot of issues of importance to business. I think also, as Tuba had laid out, often this is an invisible issue even within a supply chain. So not just as a domestic violence issue, but as an issue happening in the work floor, on the work floor. And it's invisible in part because it's taboo. It's not talked about. Businesses are not trained in violence and harassment, so they don't know. They're increasingly trained, but it's not a traditional business school subject matter. And individuals themselves often don't know their own rights. They don't know that they are being subjected to violence. So let me now turn to Roland Meng, who is going to be able to speak also to violence and harassment as they occur in the workplace, not just as a domestic violence issue separate from work, but how it appears in factories and so on. So Roland, could you take a moment, Roland is a senior trainer at Timeline Consultancy, which works with brands and buyers, vendors, factories, to improve gender sensitivity and promote gender mainstreaming in aspects of management. Roland, can you take a moment to introduce your work generally, and then take a couple minutes to explain at a general level how you work to improve companies' ability to prevent and address this rather taboo, rather invisible challenge, including as it appears in the workplace, unfortunately, at the hands of managers or colleagues of women or migrant workers or other vulnerable workers. Thank you, Roland.
Hello, everyone. I'm Roland, a senior trainer from a company called Timeline Consultancy based in Guangzhou, China. Timeline has been focused in employee relationship management in supply chain for about 20 years. And today I'm going to share a more detailed experience at workplace through three aspects: brands and international organizations, auditors, and workers. So let's come to brands and international organizations. In our experience, the CSR team of the international organizations and brands normally are very sensitive in gender mainstreaming. However, it is still very difficult for them to convince the factory to make improvements, because most of the factory management believes that they don't have any issues related to gender equality, especially when the issues are hidden or not obvious. As a consulting company, our work is to support the CSR team of brands and international organizations to identify and discover the misunderstanding of gender equality in factories. For example, when talking about gender equality, one of the misunderstandings that management may have is, well, let me say, over 70% of the frontline workers in my factory are women. So we have gender equality. Then we believe the CSR team of the brand and the international organizations need to encourage the management to think continuously. Then how many women in middle level management? How many in top management? What are the aspects can be measured in promotion? In addition, the gender equality awareness of the top management should also be promoted. We support the CSR team to convince the top management practicing gender mainstreaming, encouraging women participation, and embracing the diversity at workplace, which should be essential to the sustainable business of the enterprise by sharing the best practice have been made by other factories. Then it comes to about auditors. Maybe you'll be a little curious about why auditors are important in this part. In traditional audits, it is very difficult to identify issues related to harassment, abuse, discrimination, because auditors put most of their attention on finding facts, but actually in gender aspect, lack of proof is common. Therefore, auditors should be able to work beyond evidence in gender issues, like combine their experience, exercising the potential gender risks, and supporting the management to prevent the similar issue happen again through understanding the awareness and feelings among workers and management. To achieve this, we believe mastering the qualitative method, it is important for auditors at work. And when it comes to workers, due to limited resources, it is challenging for brands and factories to train workers in a very large scale. In order to reduce this difficulty, we have developed a series of short videos about gender equality. Each video lasts about 3 minutes, and all the content are stories happening around workers at workplace. All these videos are easy to be accessed through mobile phones or QR code, so workers can watch them at any places. Some of the workers even share these videos with their family, their children, and they believe the knowledge from the videos are useful to protect themselves and protect their children. So that's the 3 aspects I would like to share in detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Roland. That's very helpful, and something that has come up in our own work in relation to this issue is, as again, Tuba had said, that workers don't know that they have experienced harassment or violence often until they're shown a picture of what gender-based violence or harassment is. And then they can identify by a picture, oh yeah, that happens to me daily. So I'm interested to hear that you're using video technology to try to use the same approach of teaching workers how their daily experience might in fact be a violation of rights. Let me take a moment to open the floor to we can take just 2 questions now. Let's see if we have any questions at the halfway point for any of the speakers. If you can try, if possible, to direct your question to 1 or 2 particular speakers, that will help me. Otherwise, I will assign them as they seem best fit. And then we'll go to another quick round, which we'll do quickly, and then have some more time for questions at the end. So any questions? I will wait for a moment to see if I have questions appear in my screen. I'll give it a little bit of time. We've gotten sort of into the challenges and a little bit into the solutions. So questions could be about where the challenges are, points that we may have missed in raising, and also questions about how we address this issue, which we will get to in the next panel. So I'm not seeing questions at the moment, so we can start into the next panel, which is now, again, slightly starting to look forward. I will keep an eye on this question line. In case you do have a question, please go ahead and start entering it in so that we can get quickly to questions at the end. But for the moment, so I want to pick up on something again that we've heard to set us on to the next round of discussion. I think a lot in civil society and government, probably business too, are thinking of COVID as a challenge, but also an opportunity to rebuild differently, to build more resilient and healthy supply chains. But we've also heard several of the speakers state kind of a counter reality that in COVID, businesses as well as workers and people are somewhat in survival mode. And so suddenly this issue, which is already difficult to attack and address, it's already taboo, is moving off of the urgent agenda for many people. So in light of that context, we have both an opportunity and a simultaneous challenge in addressing this issue. I want to ask speakers to address several questions. So let me begin now with Nha, again from CARE Vietnam. Can you take just 3 minutes, just so we leave time for questions at the end? So you've helped explain the violence and harassment impacts that you've seen in supply chains. And I want to ask you now to think about solutions. What is the role of civil society in helping, for example, workers to, again, understand their rights and the impacts that they're experiencing, and also helping businesses and governments address this challenge? Hearing the sort of disconnect that Latileta explained for many businesses and understanding this as an issue for them to care about, how can civil society help show them that they should care? And what tools has CARE generated for this purpose? If you can speak to those, and anything else, if you heard something a speaker said that you want to pick up on, of course, by all means, please go ahead. Thank you, Nha.
Yeah. So I would like to share, because this issue need to address and prevent by all stakeholders, governments, businesses at all level of the supply chain, and workers themselves. So I can see civil society, as they have very rich insight of the workers and they have experience and expertise in addressing the issue, can play different roles. For instance, they can provide technical support to businesses and governments to identify the issue as an area of improvement in the supply chain. We can share good practices, procedures, and guidance to help brands and suppliers understand what needs to be done to improve the situation. We can also support the factories to set up and implement violence and harassment prevention mechanism in practice. And we can help the government, support the government to transform the formal structures. For instance, ratifying the C-190 and improving legal framework at national level, like the label regulation and policies to comply with international standards. And we also have important role in monitoring the enforcement of the mechanism. And as many people previously share about, like this issue always considered as a personal issue, and there's kind of social norms to prevent people from addressing it. So the public campaigning for social norm trends, for instance, shifting the victim blaming or shaming culture, is critical to address the issue. And I can share some practical tools that CARE already generate to this purpose. For instance, at sectoral level, CARE and Better Work already developed a standard operating procedures for addressing violence and harassment in the textile, clothing, and footwear manufacturing industry in consultation with industry stakeholders. The SPLPs provide a clear set of good practice procedures that all businesses in the supply chain can follow to address gender-based violence and harassment in alignment with ILO C-190. Any government sector business can use and adapt the SOPs to help them define their internal strategies and action. And these SOPs already have been shared with industry stakeholders at a joint learning summit in February 2021. And the full set of standards and guidance documents will be available on CARE's website within the next few weeks. And we really hope that these SOPs would enable industry-wide action to address gender-based violence and harassment and promote safer workplaces for thousands of workers around the world. And at national or factory level, we already developed kind of like we call a stop package This package was developed and implemented in 4 countries, in Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, and Vietnam, with 42 factories and reached more than 150,000 workers. And the model already used by more than 85 factories in the region. What does it include in this package? So Lati share about like the private sector don't know how to deal with sexual harassment. So this package provides them with policies in prevention of sexual harassment, the guidance on how to implement that, and build capacity for core teams like the human resource teams and sexual harassment prevention committees, so they know how to deal with when there is a harassment case occur and when there are report of the cases. It also like provide a mechanism so that the workplace norms and practice, and it also help to address sexual harassment, like many workers or manager can consider it is personal issue, it is not work related things. But we have like interactive sessions with tailored multimedia. It includes both videos, podcast, pictures, and a small session, so that like the worker will aware that it is a rights issue. And when sexual harassment occur to them or the colleagues, they want know what step they need to do. And this has been proven effectiveness. For instance, as I shared earlier, in the baseline, among 2 female workers experience sexual harassment, but by the final evaluation, for instance, in Laos, only 1 in 20 female workers reported experience sexual harassment behaviors, or in Cambodia, only 1 in 100 female workers reported observing that. And all the materials in the STOP package has been contextualized and available in local languages in Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, and Vietnam. So like if you need support in this area, there are tools and we are there to support you.
Thank you, Nhan. That's very helpful. That sounds like a wealth of information for use by workers as well as businesses. I'll be interested later to hear Latileta's sense of how that might help. Let me turn first though to Tuba. So we've heard some examples of tools for businesses and workers to address violence and harassment in supply chains. I want to ask you both what good practices you have seen from businesses, including working with other stakeholders to prevent and address harassment. And then I also want to pick up again on an issue that you had raised, and actually that several other speakers have raised, which is about some of the innate power imbalances here. And there are several. There's power imbalances between women and men often, or between migrants and non-migrants, or between workers of different caste or ethnicity. And then obviously there's power imbalances between workers and the business itself. How do you see these impacting the issue, and how can these be overcome realistically? And how can C190 support this effort around power imbalances in particular? Thanks for your perspective.
Marianne, on your first question on how businesses, what are the good practices we have seen working around the world? One of the things that we have seen is like supporting the mandatory human rights and environmental due diligence is a very good practice by the businesses. And very recently, 26 companies, business associations, and initiatives have shown their support for this. And we would expect more and more companies doing so. And to the point of like how it is beneficial to the businesses, Latileta has already said that how it's so important from a productivity and efficiency perspective, and also from a business continuity perspective. But I would also like to add on the perspective of the mandatory human rights and due diligence. Here is that the name says the first thing, that is mandatory. So you have to do it for sure. So it's not a voluntary, yet another voluntary initiative where some are doing and would feel that I'm in a disadvantageous position. That's one. The second benefit of having a mandatory human rights and environmental due diligence is that you have the control and you have the understanding of what risks you have in terms of human rights and environment, and also how you know how to mitigate all those things. So it's a binding one where you can hold the perpetrators or the companies accountable. It's also and while it will be implemented in the EU and in the United States and Canada, then the companies will also be not in a very disadvantageous position that, okay, given I am in the Netherlands, I am more under more scrutiny, but if I am in other countries, I am not. So that level playing field will be ensured if we have mandatory human rights and environmental due diligence. And to the second question that you have, that the power imbalances. So you have already mentioned that there is this power imbalance between a man and a woman, and then there is a difference between there. And then when you look at a very company or work environment perspective, so the global companies have more bargaining power compared to the national or regional factories that are producing for them. So they end up the global companies end up squeezing again and again for prices, which cascade down to the workers again. And when it's the relationship between workers and the producers or the suppliers, the workers have very little to say because they are working because they do not have any other thing to do, and they don't have a lot of options, so they cannot do it. And then there is another aspect that there is this problem in freedom of association or collective bargaining, that the workers cannot exercise those powers. And adding on to that, the governments where these companies are located, they are also more in favor of these manufacturers because they look at the economic well-being of the country rather than the workers. So all these things, all these power imbalances are making the workers worse off in every way possible. So one of the ways how it can be improved is making sure that the freedom of association and collective bargaining, these things are made possible, and also making sure that the purchasing practices of global companies are made available and transparent. And to your the last part of the question was about like how ILO C190 can be so the way we see it is the ILO C190 convention would be able to safeguard the workers. So there, as Joni already mentioned, that if you are ratifying this, you are ensuring there are laws in place, there are mechanisms in place, so that it is already saying that, okay, you have certain rights for being in a certain gender, and if you are violated, there are mechanisms which will protect you from having those. So this is a safeguarding mechanism that the convention will be bringing, the countries which will ratify it, and of course that works in a favor of power imbalance, that it shifts a little more. I won't say that all the problems will be solved only by ratifying or even implementing it, because these are very deep-rooted issues. There are the societal part of it, there is this business side of it, but it will at least add an extra layer of safeguarding for the workers.
Thank you much. That's very helpful to understand. And I am a lawyer by training, and so I share your perspective. I often think that the law is at once very weak in the sense that it is created as a tool by those with power to create laws. On another hand, I think law, through such a tool as a mandatory human rights due diligence legislation, can be the most effective tool in showing businesses that they need to address this issue, that it is not, as Latileta said, just something extra, but that it becomes truly a core part of business. So I appreciate you raising that issue. Let me go again to Roland. You gave us a bit of an overview looking at different types of entities that you work with, about how you engage. Can you speak a little bit more specifically, giving some examples of how you implement and give guidance to encourage better outcomes by businesses? If you can speak in particular to the harassment and violence issues, not just promotion, but how do you help businesses and factories address some of those taboo violence and harassment issues in chains, supply chains. And then again, if you can speak to how you see Convention 190 supporting your work, how do you promote it with clients? That would be helpful. Thank you, Roland.
Yes, actually, in this part, I would like to emphasize one word, that is integration. The integration between compliance standard and the management system inside the factory. So in reality, what we discovered is one of the most common phenomena in factories is the isolation between the compliance standard, including gender part. The isolation between compliance standard and the management system, which means all the compliance documents are only used for passing audits. And the factory's daily work is operated without the guidance of compliance standard, especially in gender issues. In this part, we facilitate the management to review how they practice their gender equality in the management system. For example, in recruitment, what questions cannot be asked during interviews? And what questions can only be asked when the recruitment decision has been made, like after signing contract? And about trainings, what kind of trainings they have provided to female workers? Is that only about cooking, sewing, or good manners, things like that? Or covering about management skills, computer skills, leadership? And when do they provide the training? Is it convenient for female workers? And what has been done in the factory systematically to support women balance life and work? That you provide more flexible working hours for pregnant workers, or you have like transportation for the children who have their parents working in your factory. And even more, when we're talking about worker representatives, how many women in the worker representative committee in your factory? Is that the similar percentage of the overall worker gender? And how you encourage the female workers raise their voice? I mean, all these tiny, trifle, small things in the management system in one factory can reflect what has been done in the factory, can be observed or can be seen as how many potential for improvements can be made in the factory. I mean, maybe what I say maybe is a bit different from other speakers, because according to our experience, there is a word we say about honest mistake is happening in factories. That means that in many factories, what we have visited, people don't have hostility against women. And the gender issues we have discovered are not made on purpose, which means they are not trying to harm women, or they are not trying to do bad things on this, but they just being not aware about things should be done in another way. Like, well, in trainings, what we heard quite frequently from participants, they said that I gave all my salary to my wife. I'm going to pick up children after school, and I'm also doing housework said by a man. I mean, it is important to, through education or through a common understanding from the community, it is not about individuals, what has been done by individuals, but the attention should be changed, should be put into the systems. The management system is important. So thus we believe integration is important. The integration between the compliance and the daily work in factory is important. The gender equality should should be integrated into various mechanisms. And we tried different ways to encourage worker participation at workplace systematically. One of the, most important work we have been done in the recent years, what we call is worker participation. It can be done through worker reps committee, can be done through a cooperation committee, which have half workers, half management in a committee. There are various ways can be done through this, and we believe this is also a way to solve gender issues. You should have women participation in the worker reps committee, and only through this, you provide opportunities for women to have the rights to have their selection. They have the opportunities to choose, and that is being done through participation. Sorry, maybe I'm not fully answering your question, but this is my understanding on gender equality according to my experience. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that very much, and I think as we've been discovering in the course of this call, this is such a complex issue. It has several layers of reality at the same time. It's at once about impacts outside the workplace that affect businesses and workers, and it's about impacts within the workplace. We've had speakers address both. And it's also about impacts occurring as a result of lack of awareness by workers or especially by businesses, and just not a lack of good intention, as you're saying, but a lack of understanding. I do think also, it may not have come up in your consultancy, but I think there is also intentional harm to workers as a tool of work. And so I think that is also part of the challenge that we here on this call and Convention 190 are trying to address. Picking up on that, I have one question from the audience, and I'll start to weave questions in a little bit. I turn now to Latileta again from Vinod Patel Group, and this question also echoes a little bit of the questions that I have for you, Latileta. I wanted to ask you, using your company as an example, why did Vinod Patel Group start to address this issue? You've given already a bit of examples of how you started to see it impacting the company in terms of its efficiency and so on. How will ratification of C190 help with this? And in your view, what do governments need to do along with ratification to move the ball forward? I'm curious if you can speak to the concept of mandatory human rights due diligence. And this question from the audience is from Elisa Narminio, who thanks you for your interventions and asks, could you please share what the challenges and solutions are for addressing hidden child labor and trafficking in supply chains? Don't feel you have to solve that entire problem yourself. But I think this gets to addressing the challenge of where the violence and harassment and the harm actually occur as part of the workplace, part of the supply chain, not just in terms of domestic violence increased by COVID impacts. If you can try to address those in the next 4 or so minutes, that would be great, Latileta. Thank you.
Right, no pressure. So very, very quickly, for us, our story began in the last national lockdown. Following the first COVID case, which was April of last year. So Tuba, you're absolutely right. It's a prevalent issue. It's been around for yonks, for years, generations. But for us, our first real experience as an entity came from the lockdown. And at Vinod Patel, our people are our most valuable asset. And so when it came to surviving during COVID, the one item that we didn't touch was people. We had no redundancies. We protected them as best as they could. But everywhere else was, either closing down business, reducing hours, or, just on leave without pay. So what had happened in our instance where it actually came from our founder, our co-founder was on the retail floor, and he saw a particular seasoned staff, and he saw right beyond the makeup, the heavy makeup, he could tell there was bruising. And so he flagged that with the executives at that particular point. The context there was, you know, the spouse of this particular person had lost their job, you know, following COVID. And we had 2 other cases, and they shared the same thing. You know, there was a lot of pressure on the home front from the spouses, whether male or female. And I tell you, I've got to share with all of you, I'm just going to be honest, you know, they didn't teach us this in business school. So, you know, we had to grapple with how are we going to respond to create a safe space for our colleague. The long story short, you know, after going through the rigmarole of figuring out, okay, how much leave do we give the person? Who do we contact for counseling services? What's the extent of police involvement here? All those real practical questions. We then decided at the end of that, look, we need to put a policy in place, a policy that covers how we're going to respond if ever a case like this happens. And so we ventured since, you know, April, May of last year, and we've been developing our policy to address gender-based violence. We already have a anti-harassment and workplace bullying policy that's been established, and that works fine. But, you know, GBV just seems like a very foreign thing for us to deal with because it's happening in the private space. So since then, we have been working on developing our policy. We've linked up with counseling services providers in Fiji. We're looking at establishing MOUs with the Fiji Police Force for quick action, if need be, for our employees, but also the counseling services to be on standby because none of us are qualified counselors. And we respect that if we do try and counsel, there would be, you know, legal liability or risk exposures there as well. So we steer clear, but we're working with our external networks. When we stumbled upon C190, look, the private sector might have known, but we were by chance invited to a workshop that talked about C190, and we were the only private sector player in the room, which kind of links to the next comment I'd like to make. It is so important for governments, you know, whether you've ratified C190 or not, that when you're talking about responses and addressing gender-based violence, it's dialogue and dialogue across all stakeholders. And it's, you know, the private sector is a key player to work with. Not only do they have the resources, but the people who come to work are there at the workplace, you know, minimum 9 hours a day. And it's a great platform, a safe platform to run all the conversations, the trainings, the awareness that's ordinarily taboo outside of the workplace. You know, so it provides that neutral space. That's the key thing I'd like to drive home in this session from the private sector perspective. Government, please rope in the private sector. Not only do we need to know that it's a national issue, we need to know, and of course, government has networks with donor agencies. What is the business case here? Give us the data set, give us the facts and the figures that says if we don't address this as a private sector, this issue will affect the bottom line. And there's got to be that mindset change as well. And we can't be an afterthought, right? Okay, we got to make up the numbers for a particular workshop, so let's invite 2 people from the business community. It's got to be an intentional consultation and dialogue with the private sector, but not in isolation. We've got to have in the same dialogue the CSOs, the other stakeholders that the private sector will need to leverage off should an incident occur. And while look, you don't, in my view, it's great that Fiji has ratified, but we now need to work on the legal framework to inbuild not only the definition, but the responsibilities of companies in terms of dealing with gender-based violence. But while we wait for them, I would challenge that, you know, governments consider voluntary compliance while we wait to make that mandatory in legislation, which is great in our view, because it'll really move the needle. You know, in Fiji, most companies didn't have a sexual harassment policy until it became incorporated into our Employment Relations Act. You know, we hate to say that, you know, you have to get heavy-handed to move stuff on simple things like addressing gender-based violence. But mandatory requirements by law is going to move the needle from our perspective. In the interim, though, you know, challenge governments, challenge policymakers, introduce voluntary compliance. And in introducing voluntary compliance, it's going to link to, you know, CARE International has shared, as well as TUBA, is to have the resources. You are right, we're in survival mode. Right now, we're worried about cash flow. And because we're so import heavy and import related, supply chain stability for us is key. both of those have an impact on cash flow. So we don't really have the time to be researching and finding all the information that will help us develop responses. So apart from dialogue, government also has to work with stakeholders domestically and internationally to make available all these resources that will allow the private sector to pick up things, customize, and address the problem while we wait for law to be enacted. And then probably the other key matter is to provide data. We were fortunate because we had IFC, who was in and doing a project on baseline data for not only childcare services, but gender-based violence. And so, you know, we didn't have the time to collect that resource, but they came in and they partnered, they developed all the data that we needed to make decisions. And there's also got to be an intervention at that level, because in the business community, data drives decisions. You know, absent that, it's hard to move us. So we got to see where the impact, whether there's going to be an impact or otherwise. I do apologize. Look, I'm going to be honest enough to say, as I usually am, I know there was a question around child labor, and I might defer that to the other speakers internationally who have experience in that space. We are quite strict here in Fiji, and the country or the economy is small enough for the ministry to be, you know, regulating that area quite strictly. And in the absence of data or information around the extent of child labor in Fiji, barring the recent report that's being contested heavily here in Fiji by a human rights agency, I really cannot comment on or give you valuable insight that will address your question.
Thank you, Latileta. So let me turn it to Joni at the end. And I think Joni can speak to Convention 190 and its utility in addressing, I think, some of the open issues that we still have on the floor. How can Convention 190 and ratification by states help states tackle, including through mandatory requirements for businesses, some of these violence and harassment issues? And what does Convention 190 tell us about how to address issues like trafficking in supply chains? And I have to just make a quick plug, thinking about the OECD due diligence guidance. Every company operating in a multinational sphere, jurisdiction sort of applies on some level, but it's a standard for all companies, have a responsibility to look for potential human rights violations, such as child labor or trafficking within their supply chain. So I hear Vinod Patel Group is an import-heavy business. So I would say it's helpful to start thinking about where you're importing from, who's in your supply chain and your value chain, to think about what harassment and violence issues might be there that you can help address at your level with the leverage that you have there. But Joni, can I turn it to you to give us a little bit of concluding thoughts, and then we'll hopefully grab a couple minutes for any last questions from the audience.
Sure, thanks for that. And I want to come back on the message that I think it was Roland who was saying integrated. Not only is it needed an integrated approach, but it's also a coordinated approach. And it's not the role of employers to do everything, nor is it for governments to do everything. So this aspect of social dialogue was mentioned, very important in terms of coming through with solutions that can then be taken forward, and reminding again that the convention was brought forward by workers, employers, and government. And it's not asking, these are the minimal standards, the minimal agreed standards. It's not asking for impossible areas. It's asking employers to set up workplace policies in consultation with workers, including things like zero tolerance, looking at prevention programs, specifying rights and responsibilities of employers and workers, and sharing information on complaints mechanisms, or introducing violence and harassment, occupational safety and health management in risk assessments, and looking at providing information and training on hazards and risks of violence and harassment. So I want to also hit home the aspect of, we're not asking for employers to go over and above what they are interested in doing already. this is giving very clear guidance on the kinds of things that can be done. And another element I wanted to pick up upon is the element of data that Latileta had mentioned. Right now, we are doing a global report with Gallup poll to try to get to some overarching figures in terms of the prevalence. And part of that aspect of not having data is also about the definitions. So I think also what the convention is bringing forward is common definitions, but also possibly some ability to gather the data regarding the prevalence of violence and harassment, which, as you mentioned, is so important to then push home the business case. The last things I wanted to mention quickly, what's written gets done is a message I'm hearing between the lines. And this is part of what the convention brings about as well. Once ratified, and then the gaps with regards to Convention 190, minimum standards and the legislation and what is in place in the programs and policies, then helps to then make things move ahead. We've seen that for gender equality, the status quo has not taken us there. We need to make objectives, we need to have guidance, and standards here help bring that through. And we'll have this new report out on with Gallup by the end of 2022. It's going to be a long time in the making because it's covering, I think, over 75 member states. But we'll be happy to share that when it comes. But there is already a lot of data, in particular on sexual harassment, is a form of violence and gender-based violence that has been particularly researched. So there is a lot of information there. And I don't really think that there are so many enterprises, I would say, that already get it. And, some of them on the call today, but many others are really coming on board to understand that this is unacceptable. So we're seeing more and more ratifications coming. Right now in the region, we only have Fiji, but Samoa is close to follow. In the last 2 weeks, Ecuador ratified, so we're up to 6 global ratifications. But what is coming now is the entry into force, because up until June 26th, the convention wasn't entered into force. So we've got a very big milestone coming. And with this, we have, and I'll take this opportunity to say, we also have a very big push and a call to action for ratification. A global campaign will be launched next month, and to mark this entry into force. And during that week of June 22nd, there will be a lot of online activities, one of which will be hosted from this region, but it'll be across all regions. We can share information on where to find that. And finally, with the forthcoming campaign, this will be a call to action and a campaign that we hope others will pick up on, not only to raise awareness about the convention and what can be done, but also to spur on action and collective action, working in partnership across worker, employer, government, and other stakeholders. Really, everyone has a piece of responsibility to address this issue, but also a lot to gain from making this move ahead. And if anyone has any questions about ILO conventions or our work, I'd be pleased to come back on this in parallel. And on the child labor, I'm not a child labor specialist, but we have conventions and guidance on this, Convention 138 and Convention 182, which I believe is now globally ratified, 182. So there's guidance in there in terms of how to address child labor, and starting with a need for national policies to address this in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you all, and we are already a little bit over time. I was slightly too lax in keeping us on target. I'm not sure if the overseers will allow us a chance for a few more questions. I haven't seen more come to the chat, but maybe I'll just take an ask. Do we have any more questions from participants, although we are over time? Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so much to all of the speakers. Thank you for questions that we did receive, and I've woven them in a bit to the questions we asked. Appreciate all of the insights shared today and all of the time given. And we all look forward to hearing more panels throughout the rest of the conversation. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good evening. Welcome to this session on addressing human rights and labor rights in companies using ESG investment strategies and disclosure. My name is Pavan Mehra. I am a managing director at C-Kinetics, and I will be the moderator for this session. The session has been organized by Oxfam, Fair Finance, and C-Kinetics. We are going to be focused on why investors care about human rights and labor rights. This is increasingly becoming important to them. And in this 90-minute session, we hope to be focusing on the following themes. First is the relevance of human rights and labor rights in companies to investors. Second, the availability of information to make informed decisions and the reliability of information. What is it and what are the gaps? And we really hope to be focusing with respect to the panel, really trying to figure out how can we address the gaps on reliability and availability of information as we work on human rights and labor rights. So let's move over the slides. Excellent, the slides are moving. I'm delighted to have with me 5 panelists who are very seasoned on this topic. We have with us Arindam Dutta. He is the Executive Director and Head of Development Banking at Rabobank. He has over 28 years of experience in rural finance, cooperative banking, microfinance, and agribusiness banking. Arindam is responsible for the sustainability banking initiatives on knowledge, risk management, and business development. He has previously worked with banks such as NABARD, IDBI Bank, and CARE. And his exemplary work has been awarded the Indian Sustainable Leadership Award in the 2017 India Sustainability Leadership Forum. Also with us today is Bharati Birla. She is the Chief Technical Advisor and Project Manager at the ILO. Bharati has over 25 years of experience in development and corporate sectors in varied corporate capacities, and she is working as the Chief Technical Advisor on 2 ILO projects, the Japan South Asia Project for Safety and Health for All, focused on the plantation sector, and sustainable global supply chains. Bharati possesses extensive experience managing multi-stakeholder programs focused on gender, gender, forced and child labor, trafficking and migration, and global supply chain issues. We also have Pradeep Narayan, who is the Director of Partner in Change and Director of Practice Institute for Participatory Practices. He is also a member of Corporate Responsibility Watch, having spent more than 25 years in corporate, government, and the non-government sector in India, Singapore, and the UK. Namit Agarwal is the Asia Policy Lead at the World Banking Alliance and leads WBA's engagement with the external policy environment in Asia, focusing on issues that advocate long-term sustainable development, finance, and corporate reporting. Before the WBA, Namit worked with Oxfam India, CARE India, and Samhita Social Ventures in the area of advocacy, campaigning, program design, and communication. And we also have Sachin Joshi, who is an independent sustainability researcher and consultant who engages with companies and research and advocacy organizations on consulting and research projects across sustainability issues in the value chain for a variety of business models. He has been the policy director at Business 20 during G20 presidency of Saudi Arabia in 2020, and the head of Center of Excellence of the Sustainable Development Head of Center of Excellence for Sustainable Development at the Confederation of Indian Industry. We will be hearing from them shortly. And before we get to the panel, I will be spending 15 minutes sharing findings of some of the research work done with our team on how human rights and labor rights are business and investor issues. The study was done over the last year and collected information from companies, investors, and civil society organizations. Let's start by kicking off by looking at what is ESG and how is it related to human rights and labor rights. So ESG refers to the use of environmental, social, and governance information to measure the impact of a company. It includes issues like employee health and safety, child labor, responsible sourcing, and fair wages. Now, these issues vary in importance depending on which sector a company is operating in. The chart that you see below highlights that companies in sectors like mining and metals have a number of issues that are important to them, ranging from employee healthcare and safety to labor relations. Others, like companies in the personal care or food and beverage segments, have issues around responsible sourcing that are more important to them. Constructing this matrix, often called a materiality matrix, is important to help understand which issues are important for what particular company. Now, why should investors care about human rights and labor rights? All of them, as you noticed, and this is from the survey, are concerned about financial risk due to business discontinuity. This could be on account of labor strikes, local community unrest, political repercussions, or a myriad of other reasons that can be traced to violations of human or labor rights in the company or its supply chain. A slightly lesser value is the issue of reputational risk to an investor for having provided capital to a company which is facing issues. The legal cost to a company or to an investor is a third issue. And the last issue is that sometimes by focusing on human and labor rights, investors uncover other unrelated issues. Now, we studied the 35 largest companies in India to see how they fared on disclosure of human rights and labor rights. We selected the largest companies with the belief that they would represent what the leading companies in India are doing. We picked large companies in those sectors where human and labor rights were important. As you can see, the largest share are in the food and beverages and personal care segments, with about 31% of the companies over there, followed by automotive ancillaries with 26% of the companies. And infrastructure and retail have about 14% of the companies each, followed by mining, oil and gas, and chemicals. Now, it's important to bear in mind that we are measuring disclosure. And disclosure is not the same thing as action. However, it is likely that a firm that is proactive in disclosure, a firm that is proactive in measuring disclosure, chances are that it is likely to be acting on it. So to make it real, here are the 35 companies that we studied. And for those of you that are watching that are from India, you will recognize many of these that are familiar names. And many of you that are looking at this from a regional lens, you will see several multinational companies in this list. So we also looked at the largest investors in these 35 companies. And these are insurance companies, global asset managers, a few sovereign wealth funds, and some Indian asset managers. We tried to uncover the lenders as well to these companies, and that data wasn't easy to come by. However, as we will discuss in our panel, lenders also have a key role to play while influencing the companies. So here's, let's look at what we discovered. We'll spend first some time looking at what we discovered when we looked at companies, and then we will look at what the investor view was when we went back to them with the same data. So at an aggregate level, 97% of the companies reported on number of permanent women employees. There's a slight typo in the second, which is 94% of the companies reported on overall permanent employees. 69% of the companies reported and tracked the number of permanent differently abled employees. 69% of the companies extended their human rights policies to all vendors, suppliers, and subsidiaries. 89% of these 35 companies have a recognized employee association, and 63% companies reported complaints of sexual harassment. Now, interestingly, 0% of the companies reported complaints on child labor, forced labor, or discriminatory employment. And only 11% of the companies reported cases on human rights complaints. And then we have data where 69% of the companies reported explicitly stated that employees are covered under collective bargaining agreements. 79% of them stated prohibition of child labor in their code of conduct, or having policies in the supply chain were there. And 20% of them stated where companies explicitly had some sort of complete reporting on compliance with minimum wages. Now, we also looked at companies to see how many of them had dedicated policies on human rights. As you can see, the answer varied by sector, but by and large, only about 40% of the leading companies have separate human rights policies. The implication there is that this number is likely to be lower when we go towards smaller companies. Now, sorry if this is a dense slide. It shows how the disclosure on human rights indicators varies by sector. And we have examined disclosure on fair wages in the supply chain, human rights training, how many employees are covered by collective bargaining, reporting on differently abled employees, and a couple of other parameters. The gist of the slide is that there's work that needs to happen even with the largest companies to disclose better. And we're still talking about disclosure. We haven't yet focused on parameters related to action. Now here we look at the percentage of companies that are reporting for complaints on child labor, discriminatory labor, sexual harassment, and human rights. As I just mentioned a couple of minutes ago, no complaints are received for child labor, and also no complaints for forced labor or discriminatory labor. Now, these are large companies, and they may have good systems in place. And they have also reported, however, on, I think most of the reporting has happened primarily on sexual harassment and some on gender and human rights violations. Now, almost 3/4 of the firms had policies that explicitly prohibited child labor in the supply chain. And there is some variation that goes across sectors, but again, 3/4 having explicit policies for child labor across the supply chain. And so what we've just touched upon is what the largest companies are doing. But what happens when, and this is with respect to the code of conduct that several of them have with respect to suppliers. So what we've just talked about is what the largest companies are doing. But what happens when we speak to investors? So let's have a look at what investors are saying and what's their point of view. So I'm pulling out a quote from one of the investors that seemed to summarize most of the conversations that we had over there. What it says, "We have never believed it is an ethical or good business sense to buy a terrible company and then write ESG engagement letters to a recipient who won't care. We believe in engaging with companies, but we are not so deluded as to think that every company wants to listen. India has many promoter-controlled companies. Some of them are amongst the most ethical people we have encountered. Others are less so, but due to their controlling stakes, we would be telling untruths to clients if we thought we could have any influence." The gist of this message for us was that investors are looking at management of companies that are already predisposed to working on ESG matters. And ESG, once again, is environmental, social, and governance. So how are these investors incorporating ESG information? First, most of them are proactively assessing them before they invest. That's what you see on the right side of the graph that's presently visible to you. And then after the investment is made, they have a monitoring process. And if there is a controversy, it triggers an inquiry or some sort of ongoing engagement process. Now, different investors act differently based on the outcome of such an inquiry. Some reduce their ESG scores, and which will reduce their weightage of exposure into that company, and others will divest from such firms. Now, let's look at a different perspective. Earlier, we saw how most companies have separate supplier policies and codes of conduct. But from an investor lens, here's an interesting view, right? Their quote is, just issuing a supplier code of conduct is not sufficient. The actual complexities related to labor or human rights lie in the supply chain, and very few corporates know much about their supply chain. We heard this several times again and again, illustrated with numerous examples. One example that we heard was a supply chain of tea manufacturing companies, which, obviously tea manufacturing is a very complex supply chain. And there are third-party certifications like Trust Tea, Rainforest Alliance, so on and so forth, for helping assure responsible sourcing. However, when the third party certifies the sites, the investors are saying that the companies should also have some employees who can uphold the ratings provided by a third party, essentially provide more details about which suppliers are better. They would like information about the suppliers, what's the location, what's being done there, and not from a third party certification entity, but really from the company. What they want to know is to what extent does the company have traceability? What are the suppliers where the company has taken up initiatives to identify existing and potential negative impacts? So really investors are seeking that kind of information, and not just to the level of high level disclosure, which presently also I think is rather limited. We also saw, this is a different slant, where we saw earlier how 40% of the leading corporates have separate human rights and human rights policies. And what investors want to know is, how are they implemented? How are the violations handled? How are suppliers engaged? And all this kind of information is rather limited or unavailable in company disclosures. There's another quote I'm going to pull out, and this quote summarizes an approach that many have had. Now, they recognize the complexity of the journey of engaging an organization on human rights and labor rights, or engaging an extended supply chain, but they want to understand the thoroughness of the process. This quote goes well. The most useful information that we can get from managers of the companies is the implementation roadmap and plan for best practices to be applied in the supply chain. The exhaustiveness of such a roadmap itself speaks a lot about how serious the company is in terms of extending the human rights or labor rights policies to the supply chain. Now, where investors are seeking, where do investors seek support? Now, investors are doing all this work, but they are also seeking support, and there's a role for several stakeholders to come to the table, including policy. They are looking for more indicators to be included, and they're looking for information to be standardized. They're also looking for more companies to disclose. And as we will discuss in the panel, there are several initiatives underway on these fronts. We also have several multi-stakeholder-led efforts underway to advance the disclosure effort. And the disclosure is a prerequisite to substantive coordinated action. Now, thank you for bearing with me for the last 15 minutes. We're going to move on to the panel with that context of how investors are engaging with human rights and labor rights, and discuss some of these issues in detail. The first theme that we're going to touch upon is really the relevance of corporate actions on human rights and labor rights, and how does it connect with investors. And my first question, Arundam, I'm really going to direct it to you as someone who's been on the investor side, looking at this for a long time. If you can color for us, in which sectors are human rights and labor rights material issues for you as you're making investment decisions at Rabobank? And how do you anticipate it, and how do you plan for it? Would love to hear your thoughts.
Thanks, Pawan. Thanks to the organizers for inviting me to be a member in this panel. And Pawan, that was a great presentation you made, very comprehensive, and I think you've addressed most of the issues. Now, to answer your question, first, I work for Rabobank. It's a Dutch cooperative bank, the world's largest bank in food and agribusiness. And importantly, for this discussion, it's been rated and ranked #1 on ESG parameters by Sustainalytics for the last 3 years. That's, I guess, pretty relevant here. So, Pawan, to answer your question now, how do we look at companies before we engage with them on a commercial basis? It's very important to know that what we do is, before we do any kind of origination for any asset anywhere in the world, whether it's a corporate asset or it's a retail asset, we first do a sustainability due diligence before we even do the credit due diligence. So we do have a certain format and a certain process through which we have to go through, and that throws up a certain rating and ranking for every potential customer of the bank. And irrespective of credit considerations, if the rating or ranking falls below a threshold, then we do not do business with that particular company. That's very, very important to know. So sustainability comes first, even before we take a credit view for a bank like us. Now, what is it that we do? So first, we look at the sustainability policy, as you mentioned, how comprehensive is the sustainability policy and who owns the sustainability policy. Second is it good? It's not good enough to have a policy, but how do they report on the policy of what's going on, and how do they report on actual implementation of the policy? Number 2, that's something you have already mentioned. The third point, again, you have mentioned is how deep in the value chain can the company report on? Extremely important. And I'm talking not only of human rights or labor issues, I'm talking of the comprehensive ESG parameters that we need to do a check on all. So that's what we do. Now, within that, as a food and agribusiness bank, there are certain subsectors where particular aspects of ESG become more important. In this case, human rights, yes, as you mentioned, labor laws, say in plantation. Now, it's very critical to understand how the business happens in a plantation, which is usually in the rural area. There are all kind of labor-related issues without getting into the details. So we are aware of the sectors where there are issues. And that's where we do a special dipstick or a detailed kind of due diligence where required to really find out whether there are sustainability issues, human rights issues, or labor issues, which requires explanations. Now, what happens is there are times when we are willing to do business with a company which may have a very nascent sustainability policy or a new policy, so long as there is a commitment by the business that they have a time-bound kind of an action plan to be able to achieve their sustainability ambitions and goals, say within 3 to 5 years. We are on a conditional basis willing to engage with such companies. The other aspect, which I'll not cover now, is what happens when a client, we find out that within a client which has already been onboarded, issues regarding human rights or labor issues come up. How do we deal with it? I'll deal with that separately, Pawan, at a later time. Thank you.
Thank you, Arundam. Appreciate that color. I'm going to go over to Bharti. If you could color for us, Bharti, from an ILO standpoint, as you see companies and investors, what are important issues that you see that need to be taken into account?
Thanks, Pawan. As everyone is aware, ILO is a United Nations specialized agency which was founded in 1919, and the basic reason why the ILO was established, the basic mandate was to enable decent work for all women and men in conditions of freedom, equality, security, and human dignity. And it's a standard-setting organization in the world of work. And from the ILO point of view, we have been talking about decent work, or the 4 pillars of decent work, which includes employment creation. It includes social protection for workers, rights at work, and social dialogue. Social dialogue basically means the tripartite partners, the employers, workers, and governments sit together and discuss about how progressively they can make work more decent. Having said that, for the ILO, there are core ILO conventions which look at freedom of association and collective bargaining. We have conventions that deal with elimination of all forms of forced or compulsory labor, abolition of child labor, and elimination and discrimination in respect of employment and occupation, which we also call as core fundamental conventions. Apart from that, from the point of view of the ILO and the response of the UN, we also have different instruments or international standards and instruments which have been in place for a long time in the context of human rights and business. The first one of them was in 1977. It was much ahead of its time in the form of MNE Declaration, which was the ILO Tripartite Declaration of Principles Concerning Multinational Enterprises and Social Policy. We also had 1998 Declaration on Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work. We have, Declaration on Fair Globalization, apart from the UN Global Compact, which is also guiding these principles, and the UN Business and Human Rights Framework and Guiding Principles that came out in 2011. We also have OECD guidelines. All of these focus on the issues related to sustainability, related to the responsibilities, which are important not just for the businesses, but also for the investors. We know that the focus on human rights in business has been increasing. It is a growing concern of the civil society. It is a growing concern of the public, of the private actors, and also from the investment point of view. And socially responsible businesses are critical. What we also see is that many times, these instruments or these initiatives, whether they are international or intergovernmental organizational initiatives like the UN initiatives or multi-stakeholder initiatives or international framework agreements, national and cross-regional legislative initiatives, sectoral initiatives, or even enterprise-led initiatives. Many of these measures sometimes do not reach, for example, the lower tiers of the supply chain. And in South Asian economies, for example, there is changing nature of work and labor that is happening. We see a lot of change. We see situations of distress. We see weak regulating capacities and weak legislation in these countries. So the question is, how do we look at the issues of business and human rights, not just from the point of labor rights, but also from the point of corporate governance? And ILO has been saying that, we need to have focus on labor rights, not just from the human rights perspective, but also from the business ethics perspective, and also look at how much risk is there on the enterprise if we do not follow these. So, for example, any incidents of infringement or lapses not only breach the fundamental rights and principles at work, but also can bring significant material consequences, loss of reputation, increased cost, and damages to relationships which companies and businesses have with stakeholders and customers. So the question for the ILO has been, how do we create impact which is sustainable and creates sustainable value along the supply chain? And focusing attention on human and labor rights, helps avoiding a big business risk for the corporations as well as the investors. And the long-term investors certainly won't like to take this immense risk because it can create issues related to reputational risk, damages, and what we really need is a cycle of effective social dialogue between different stakeholders, offering better conditions to workers, enabling enterprise productivity, increased consumer demand, and more better jobs for the future. So I think from the ILO point of view, we need to focus on the risks to people and how we can mitigate these risks, and this can also help better investments. Thank you.
Thank you for those thoughts, Bharati. I think it amplifies the point that Arindam made with respect to the risk aspect. And I think the other point that you also highlighted it from an ILO standpoint, it's not just about coming up with guidances, but it's also really about business ethics, or the focus on business ethics is a lens that ILO is looking at, really with the lens of how do you make impact that is sustainable. And I think that impact that is sustainable is really the key, the operative component here. And I think with that, I'm going to go to Sachin. I think, Sachin, if you don't mind, would love, I mean, this is really a build up towards an area that you've been working in. And so we've been hearing ESG all this while, and you pick up the newspaper almost every day these days, there's some discussion on ESG. How do you go beyond ESG as a buzzword? And in your experience, as you've engaged with both the corporate sector as also broadly in the space, what's your experience having worked with analyzing corporate action? How do you make ESG real and not just leave it as a buzzword?
Right. So first of all, thank you for having me here. I'm really delighted to participate and share my thoughts. And you are correct. ESG has certainly become a buzzword, especially in the pandemic year. We've seen ESG investments around the world really shoot up compared to the previous years. And particularly when we see it from India, even some of the retail investors have started to ask about ESG. So that's a positive development. When otherwise, it was looking like the world was going to collapse and come to an end. So that's good news. The very important point that you raised is how do we go beyond making it a buzzword? And the answer to that, of course, is mainstream. Mainstreaming is the way to go. When it becomes a norm, it becomes less of a buzzword. And there are three complementary measures that I propose, would be required. One is ESG needs to be integrated into the business strategy and decision making. I've seen this during my work in so many years with the private sector that the companies that have seriously and honestly integrated ESG, especially the material issues, to their business strategies and the decision making, they have been more resilient, more competitive, as compared to the others in the market. And that is why, it is not very surprising, which also sort of was reflecting in your very specific study, was that around the world and India also, we keep referring to the same companies, the usual suspects, because they were the ones who really embedded or wove ESG or sustainability into the strategy and operation. So that's one. The other measure would be integrating it into the investment strategy, like the one that Arindam was talking about. So how do the investors start embedding that into their investment decisions as well? In India, of course, we are really at the infancy. There are isolated examples like the one we have today, who have really been looking at it with a serious scanner. ESG investments and the green investments have, of course, increased, but that's just a part of the larger financial markets and the projects. And unfortunately, what has happened is that there's an added rush to the greener part of ESG, as if, you know, the social part was less sexy and less important. Perhaps then it becomes the responsibility of people like us, you know, to really flag that issue and make that important as well. And the third measure would be to integrate it into the policy making. That is, that almost every policy of the government be looked at for the trade-offs and any unintended ESG consequences. So these would be the three measures, how to move beyond the buzzword. But before I end, I would just like to also flag that around the world, the economies are in rapid transition, notably because of digitalization, automation, and decarbonization in their economies, which is having fundamental shifts in employment and employability as well. So this is a huge human rights concern. Bharti alluded to it. But I don't think that both the companies as well as the investors are still, or they have figured out, you know, what to do about it and how to look at it and make their own assessments about it. Thank you.
Thank you for the start, Sachin. That is helpful. I think the point of mainstreaming as a solution towards, obviously not just buzzword, and mainstreaming from a point of strategy, investments, as also policy. I think those are three important lenses. And I think the role of the government obviously is from multiple facets, whether from a policy standpoint, but also I think the government also is an investor. And I think Pradeep, this is where I want to bring you in. I know you all have looked at that lens of the government as an investor, and you all have written a very interesting report that looked at the government's role. And India also has, obviously several large public sector units as well. So can you share from your perspective and the analysis that you all carried out, how is human rights and keep the role of government as policy different, but how is human rights relevant or important to government as an investor?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think thank you for inviting me to be part of this panel. And I think there are two things which I wanted to add to it. I think one is the government as a regulator and the government as a as investor. From the regulation side, even when we did as a corporate responsibility watch, when we did the analysis of the business responsibility report, some of the findings which you had presented which aligns with those things. But in addition to that, I think some key findings which I think as a government, as a regulator, and government as an investor, how they can actually interact with each other would probably come out with some of those findings. And some findings are like, if you see the period from 2017-18 to 19-20, the contractual workforce has grown from has grown by a rate which is 3 times that of the permanent workforce for the top 300 companies, what they have stated in the business responsibility report. Similarly, if you see, 48% of companies have less than 1% representation of people with disabilities. 50% firms have less than 10% women. And if you see the top listed, 10 private companies, if you see the caste configuration of their board members, of the 83 members for which we can locate the caste, 77 belong to just 4 communities: Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya. None from Dalit or Adivasi. And the top paid executive of 5 companies earned more than 500 times the median salary of their company's permanent employee. So if you see, these are some of the areas which are not necessarily at this point of time in a proper regulatory scenarios of the government. And these are something which is definitely, yes, part of the ESG, which should probably come into the regulatory domain. But even before, if they get into the getting into the regulation domain, if you see government as a public investor, we all know the case of the Norwegian ethics ethics council, because of which the Norwegian government has actually almost 13 companies. They have 13 Indian companies. They have I would say they have said that they have divested from 13 Indian companies. Of the 13, if you see, 5 are from the are those companies which have more than 30% operation related to thermal coal. 4 are for the environment case, and 2 for tobacco, and 3 for human rights violation, 2 for nuclear weapons, and 2 for corruption related things. And of these 13, 4 are actually public sector undertakings, and another 4 are MNCs with their operations in India. And this was done by the government of Norway as through its ethics council. Now, similarly, if you look at the investment pattern of the largest public sector company, which is LIC, whose shareholding in companies is at an all-time high now, at around rupees 7 lakh crores, it has shareholding in ITC, which is around 16.1%. And there is a case pending in the Supreme Court now related to the human right to health on whether LIC could invest in tobacco company. And similarly, LIC shareholdings is now in Larsen & Toubro, Adani Ports, Tata Steel, and Reliance. If the government invests in making LIC a model ESG investor, it would ensure that the companies that LIC invests is also has a potential to become an ESG compliant. But then the question is that how to build the government here in this sense as an investor. So that's why we saw the opportunity in the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, which Ministry of Corporate Affairs is evolving, where we as a different organizations, we came together and we are pushing some guidelines, which is primarily to suggest that investment guidelines of the Government of India, as well as the procurement guidelines of the Government of India, should be very clearly be able to integrate the human rights dimension into it, and so that there is a way by which the government as an investor could actually promote human rights compliance in the sector. I'll stop here. Thank you.
No, thank you, Pradeep. Those examples are particularly helpful, and I think really brings home the point that the government as an investor has a key role to play. We usually think of the government more from a policy standpoint, but clearly, whether it is from the LIC lens and therefore the largest insurance company and the assets they own, or even the public sector undertakings, I think those are very useful examples and data points. So we've touched so far upon the government as an investor. We've looked at the lending aspects. We've looked at the some of the aspects that Sachin and Bharti have brought out on how some of the multi-stakeholder platforms are working towards integrating ESG towards making a more sustainable business, or working towards a more sustainable business. Now, all of this cannot be done unless there is some standardization of information, or some way to compare information. And this is where, Namit, I'd love to bring you in. Would love to hear from you. What are emerging standards, frameworks, initiatives, or guidelines? You've been working in this space for so long, and I know you have been intimately involved with several of them. And not only from your current role at the World Benchmarking Alliance, would learn to understand what the WBA is doing in the space, but even from your prior experience, if you can color, what are these emerging standards, frameworks that we can use on to exchange information in some standardized manner?
Thanks, Pawan, for inviting me here. And the presentation was really eye-opening. Thanks for the presentation as well. So first of all, I think in my role at the World Benchmarking Alliance, and this is a multi-stakeholder alliance, and we have more than 240 organizations who are part of this alliance. We work at the intersection of business responsibility and the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. And as many of you would know, that we have just 10 years remaining for the SDGs to be accomplished, and the Asia region and the South Asia region is definitely not doing well. And in fact, post-pandemic, we have seen that instead of progressing on those indicators and targets, Asia as a region is going backward. So that's a really sign of crisis. And therefore, last year, WBA announced that this decade of action, as the UN has called it out, we said that this decade should be a decade of transparency revolution, so that organizations like ours and many of the others can measure what is the corporate contribution to SDGs and how can we hold them more accountable. One of the things that we focus on, and you alluded to that, Pawan, was looking at some sort of harmonization and coherence in the various policy frameworks, standards, reporting framework that are coming out. Fortunately, what we have seen in recent times that there is more and more action throughout the world on corporate disclosures and ESG, starting from the European Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which is kind of setting a very, very high benchmark on what corporate sustainability reporting should look like, and is getting other European countries to also have their act together. Recently, the International Financial Reporting Standards, or IFRS, is also promoting sustainability reporting standards at a global level. And I think Sachin, alluded to the point around mainstreaming. And the fact that an organization like IFRS is supporting something on sustainability and reporting standards brings us closer to that. Pradeep talked about the Indian regulatory environment with the National Action Plan, but also the recent revisions of the National Guidelines on Responsible Business Conduct and the reporting framework. And it's also about broadly in Asia, many of the ASEAN and Southeast Asian countries have already developed their ESG taxonomies and frameworks. Others are in the process. Japan and China are both in the process of having stronger corporate governance code and ESG frameworks. What is missing in all of these actions in different countries and regions is these are all, in some sense, isolated, focusing very much on their own context. And what we feel is missing is a globally accepted sustainability framework that can bind all of these efforts. We acknowledge and understand that national and regional context is very important, and we cannot have a common standard globally, which will work for, say, the global North countries or the global South countries. But there has to be certain minimum that is common across the world. And we also believe that the Sustainable Development Goals is by far the world's best business plan for sustainability. All the UN member states have accepted the SDGs and are reporting and perhaps also acting on delivering on the SDGs. We are positioning ourselves, WBA, as an accountability mechanism to measure how the business around the world are contributing to the SDGs. And we are assessing 2,000 of the world's most influential companies on 7 systems transformation. We believe that if we are to bring about large-scale change, look at delivering the SDGs by 2030, incremental change will not happen, will not make it happen. We need to be transformational in our approach, in our approach towards sustainability. And therefore, we have identified these 7 systems transformations. And we can visualize this, our approach of the 7 transformations, as 3 tiers of a circle. And we put the social transformation at the center. And we believe that all companies, irrespective of the sector and the scale, etc., need to comply with certain core social indicators. And we start assessing these 2,000 companies on these social indicators. Then we apply some of the other transformations, for example, the climate, food, digital, as a second tier. And depending on what are their sectoral materiality in that sense, and then applying some of those indicators. And then finally, looking at the financial sector and investors, how do we hold some of the financial institutions accountable? and what is the influence that they have on the companies in which they invest. Doing that, I think one of the main roles that my department, which is the policy department, is playing is to engage with governments and other policy makers in trying to see how can governments and policy action ensure that the policy environment is conducive to bring about some sort of standardization. And right now, there is a lot of debate going on in regions, in countries to bring about some sort of a coherence. And this shows that when you look at corporate action or even financial flows, they go beyond borders. Supply chains are obviously global and go beyond borders. The pandemic has shown the vulnerabilities of these existing systems. Therefore, governments are better placed at this moment to acknowledge that there has to be some level of harmonization of standards, so that if one country is bringing about very, very strict norms, whether on human rights, due diligence, or mandatory policies, how does it relate to a part of its supply chain which is in a country or in a region which does not have very strict measures? So I think right now is the best time to push for harmonization, and the fact that we are not doing well as a region, as a world on sustainable development goals, gives us that opportunity to push for a framework which is very widely accepted. I'll stop here, Pawan.
Thank you, Namit. I think that, I mean, the fact that we've been missing out on the SDGs is obviously a sad state of affairs, but I hear your point that with respect to the lens that WBA is taking on, how do you aim this as a decade of transformation and sort of drive a process through which you can get some sort of a globally accepted framework by agreeing on some minimum common requirements? Yeah, I concur with you. I think the minimum common requirements are a need, not just even from an investor standpoint. I'm sure Arindam and Sachin and Pradeep will also color this aspect where investors, I mean, they are looking across geographies. It's not just India-specific investors. Several investors are looking across geographies, and they do want to make sure that companies are, you know, when we're saying human rights or labor rights or whatever issues we're talking about, it's the same language being applied in different geographies. So having some minimum common lens is one way to move towards that. I'm going to shift gears, and Arindam, I'm going to request you again. I know you left off your first comment by sharing that you'll share what happens, what if companies don't meet the objective. So would love to hear from you if norms that you have set for companies, if they don't meet, what happens? And if you don't mind, even if I'm putting you on the spot, if you could share examples of where you might have been caught surprised and what you all may have done. I don't think we can hear.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah. Okay. The organizers had muted me. Now I guess you can hear me. Now, to make one blanket statement, it's not acceptable. What does that mean? When it's not acceptable, when something comes to our knowledge that there's been a violation of the core sustainability policy, whether it's regarding human rights or any other policy, there's a very serious discussion that happens between our bank and the management of the company on whether they are aware and what action is being taken. If the explanation and the action being taken is not acceptable for us, it's a simple exit for us. We move away from that business. We stop doing business with that company. If the explanation is acceptable and the action being taken is time bound and they can prove that there's concrete action being taken, we continue that relationship, but we kind of monitor that action extremely closely. That's what we do. Now, other than this, I would like to flag two concerns which came up, from a lot of earlier speakers. Now, in the Indian context, now I would like to see an analysis of Indian companies which has its entire supply chain in India and where it has only local investors and local banks, as to how strong their sustainability policies are and actions are. Why I'm saying it is, The moment the supply chains become global, or they have global investors, global lenders, they just don't have a choice. They have to, abide by the best-in-class sustainability principles. But here the challenge is that if you are local and nobody is demanding, if the regulators are not demanding, the financial institutions, the investors are not demanding, now how much of sustainability do you imbibe? So that's one question. The second issue is, again, I'm saying it with a lot of responsibility, is the recent CSR Act. It's not recent anymore. That's led to a lot of confusion in the Indian market, especially within the government, as to what CSR and sustainability means for Indian corporates and Indian businesses. Because a lot of compliance effort, a lot of corporate governance effort is into monitoring as to how that 2% of the profit is spent. It's not into how a corporate or a business makes its money, which is the core to sustainability, is, how you make your money, how sustainable are you so far as the environment or society is concerned. Now, that leads to a lot of confusion in the Indian market when you're talking to different stakeholders, including corporates, because they claim, look, we have spent a 2% on education, health, or whatever, and see what a good company we are, how sustainable we are. So that's another, issue I think we need to address, and there needs to be a very strong kind of a movement led by the regulators, the government, and the industry bodies on sustainability aspects. Thank you, Pawan.
Thank you for covering that. Thank you for covering that. I'm going to come to you, Sachin, if you don't mind. As we look at a lot of publicly traded firms, and Arindam did mention also that a lot of companies so far are usually the usual suspects that we see as doing good on corporate governance. And we see all these firms, you look at their annual reports and they seem pristine, there are no gaps. And investors are happy to invest in them. But when we go deep into the supply chains, at times we find a gap between ground realities and corporate reporting that ends up happening. Can you share any examples that you may have come across between corporate reporting and ground action? And then, obviously, I'm trying to highlight what are gaps that they may be there, and then figure out how can we address the gaps. But other examples that you may have come across in your work?
Sure, thank you. So our annual reports or sustainability reports are of course very verbose. They've more or less also become documents of good PR, and they of course conceal a lot more than they should ideally reveal. So I empathize with all those people who have to go through lots of these pages and try to look for the answers to their questions. They actually find very little. And I absolutely agree with Arindam that a lot of issues are actually in the supply chain. I mean, there was a time not too long ago, we used to talk about the multinationals, that they've exported their social and environmental problems to the developing countries. What we now see within the developing countries, and most certainly in our country, is that our domestic companies have also exported a lot of their share of the problems, externalities to the supply chains. Now, the other issue also is the second and the third tier supply chain, and that's where that yawning gap between claim and reality that you referred to really exists. And this is even in companies that are integrated into the global supply chain. And I have had my share of discussions with these companies where privately they would admit that there are challenges of course varying degrees. Each one has its own unique characteristics. But they do admit that there are challenges, and some of those challenges are also systemic challenges. And then there are challenges which are, how this whole compliance on human rights, let's say, because that's our topic of interest today, in the supply chain, how is that handled within the organization? So human rights is largely looked at by Human Resources Department and or with the sustainability or CSR people. But then your contracts with the supply chain are with another department, the procurement people or similar department. Now your code of conduct is not binding document. So you include the human rights requirements in the code of conduct, but the supplier contract does not necessarily have that, except for saying, or perhaps it's even not there, it's probably in another document or an email exchange that you also need to adhere to the code of conduct, but then there probably is no penalty. Now, even if there was a clause on penalty or there was some liability imposed on the supplier, it's very unlikely that it would get exercised because where are the alternates? And whether the next alternate is better than the current alternate, because mind you, the supplier is currently on board after having gone through the due diligence, including a human rights due diligence. So, and I think again, going back to what Arindam mentioned, that collaborative effort with the management. So just the way his bank has a collaborative effort with the management, a lot of these large companies at least say that, they have discussions with the suppliers, the management of the suppliers, so that they can walk along and ensure that, some of these gaps are addressed. So yes, the gaps are largely in the second, third tier supply chain. There are still a lot of issues with labor, especially also forced labor and child labor. And that is a reflection of the high degree of informality of employment in the supply chains. Thank you.
Thanks for that. I mean, clearly the supply chains are a big unknown and a big source of challenge. Bharti, I know you have worked pretty extensively on the supply chain. I'm wondering, we just heard Sachin share a few things. One is obviously the supply chain is a nice way, or the suppliers are a nice way for companies to outsource their challenges or outsource their externalities. And I think the lens of obviously the code of conduct being non-binding and having different departments being take care of different things. So obviously within a corporate itself, there's some work that needs to happen. But within the supply chain and the work that you've been doing, are there examples where you see challenges which are gaps that can be addressed or which need to be addressed?
Thanks, Pawan. And yes, I think Sachin and Arindam also raised very important points. The issue of informality is very critical when we speak about South Asia. We have, a large informal economy, and most of the initiatives that relate to sustainability or human rights or labor rights usually confine to the upper tiers of the supply chains, whether they are domestic supply chains or they are global supply chains. And they do not actually reach the precarious subcontracted workers who have low skills, who are invisible, who are hidden in the lower tiers of the supply chain, often comprising of migrants, women, people from excluded communities who work with low wages, undecent working and living conditions, issues of health and safety, long working hours, non-payment of full wages. But what we've also seen is that despite the efforts by tripartite partners and civil society initiatives and multi-stakeholder initiatives, when we talk about promoting decent work for all, most supply chain initiatives, are limited to formal sector, which are only responsible for 40% of the jobs worldwide. 60% of the jobs are in the micro, small, and informal sectors. So the most disadvantaged groups actually remain unreached and invisible in these supply chain efforts. And we also know that, small and medium sector enterprises contribute to these supply chains. They are the backbones of these supply chains. They offer flexibility. They offer, higher returns and profits. And you can give out the skilled work to experts who can do this work in the supply chain. But the issue is that what kind of employment is being generated in these small and micro enterprises, and this COVID-19 pandemic actually has shown the faults. It has thrown open all the faults. If we look at the supply chains, we also have very invisible and hidden workers in the form of home workers or home-based workers. A recent report of the ILO says that there are around 260 million home-based workers who are connected to different supply chains, which is around 8% of the global employment. So how do we really reach these lower tiers, and how do sustainability efforts look at the issue of informality? We need to understand how big is the size of informal economy, and what kind of formalization approaches are needed to actually make changes to have an inclusive economic growth and increasing the revenue base and development, and making sure that workers get legal recognition, protection, rights, and benefits. But at the same time, enterprises also receive benefits, incentives, and protection that come with formalization. So we need to look at the diversity of situation here. What are the needs and policy responses that we need for different kinds of workers and different types of economic units that operate within the informal sector? And we need to give special attention to the most vulnerable population, which is hidden and suffer the most serious deficits. So ILO does have this recommendation 204, which talks about transition from informal to formal economy. It is a 2015 recommendation, and this one recommendation is widely supported by employers, workers, as well as the governments, because it helps to look at the cost-benefit analysis of formalization from a worker, enterprise, and the government point of view. It talks about taking away the negative aspects of informality, at the same time ensuring that livelihoods and entrepreneurships are not destroyed, and there is a sustainability in terms of business. It also looks at how governments can actually make more money by imposing taxes through formalization. To the businesses, it gives a level playing field. It allows them to have competitions in a fair manner. And for the unions, it basically means formalization of the rights of the workers and enabling their rights. So the question is, how do we ensure that the sustainability efforts do not remain confined to the upper tiers or the big formal units, but actually translate and go deep down and have an equitable distribution, and accountability and responsibility is distributed across the supply chains. I think Anindam raised a very important point, is that we need to go beyond the national legislations. National legislations do not cover the informal economy workers. So the businesses may not be required to actually have provide them with the legal rights. But the question is, how do we expand it? How do we make sure that our business and supply chains are sustainable? The micro, small enterprises, or the informal workers, or the home-based workers who are connected to these supply chains also get the benefits, because that's where most of the decent work deficits, forced labor, child labor exist. So I think that's very important to look at the sustainability initiatives. Thanks.
Awesome. I think that's brought an entirely new dimension to this. I mean, we've just been discussing supply chain from a lens of, in its and thinking that it's a tier 3, tier 4 issue. But this level of informality that actually cuts across, and the points that you're highlighting in terms of potential benefits of bringing the informal sector into the mainstream, how can that happen, and the informal sector really being neglected, or informal sector really being where the issues are. How do you? I mean, that really is a challenge, isn't it? Namit, you've been seeing some of these aspects up close as well. I'm curious, how do you bring the informal sector into other reporting frameworks that can sort of touch upon or bring some of that in, and can make information available from this sector? Has any work happened on that front?
Thanks, Pawan. And I think I'll also just build on what Bharti, Sachin, and Arindam have just said. And I think from a disclosure point of view, it's really difficult to expect now and also in the near future that companies will be in a position to give finer details of what are the issues in their deep supply chains and what are the actions and how are they kind of dealing with that, which is where I think it's important for some of the other stakeholders. Civil society and trade unions obviously play a very, very important role in that, to highlight what are these gaps. And benchmarks or standards and agencies like ours working closely with some of these civil society organizations who are closer to the ground, it perhaps gives some understanding, a better understanding of what are the potential risks beyond what the companies have reported. In terms of also looking at solutions, building on what has already been said about the fact that national legislations are not important. Therefore, how can we look at more operational level policy frameworks? And in most developing countries, especially in the context of India, the state capacity at the front line is very, very weak. There are already some laws that exist which can take care of labor rights violations and other human rights violations. But when you go deep down in those supply chains, what is the awareness that the workers and communities have? What is the access for any sort of remedy? The labor officers have a ton of things to do. And it's very, very impossible for, say, an informal worker somewhere in tier 3 or tier 4 to access some of those complaint mechanisms. So working with the local government at the very, very front line to build capacity and awareness at that level is significant. And I think the large companies, for whom we rely much on the disclosure data, it is very hard to see what's happening in deep supply chains and take action at that level. Therefore, having some collaboration and cooperation with local agencies, whether it's local industry associations, local governance structures, civil society at the grassroots, to find some of those solutions. I think that is not happening at this point of time. In my conversation in multi-stakeholder forums, like Arindam said, a lot of companies will acknowledge that yes, there are issues, but everybody will have a very different take of how to deal with these issues, because these are very, very challenging problems. If companies start doing human rights due diligence now, they will be afraid that what do we do with that kind of explosive information? There will probably be child rights and other labor rights and human rights exploitation in the supply chain. There is no way that the management of a company will allow, say, a human rights officer or a sustainability head to disclose these information in their annual report, because there is this sense of fear. As a society, we are more tuned towards an audit culture. We only report things when things are absolutely clean, and we don't have to take accountability of those things. But I think that needs a shift in mindset, that it's about taking some sort of a commitment, a plan of action, and saying that, okay, in the next so many years or in this time frame, we will be able to address these challenges. And these are all systemic issues. One company cannot solve it. They will have to open up to their peers and competitors and find those solutions. So I think it's a long answer. It's a complicated one, but I think it's not just about looking at reporting, but getting into local action and local cooperation, Pawan.
No, that's totally with you on that. I think the need to actually go beyond the audit culture and actually share information is going to be pretty challenging. And I think it goes back to what's a catalyst? Is a catalyst is policy the driver over there, or are civil society organizations the drivers over there, or is it just multiple drivers and then things coming to a head? Pradeep, I'm going to request you. This is an area that I know you all have been focusing on, and you personally have been looking at for a long time. I'm curious, how do you see the role of civil society organizations, or just even other multi-stakeholder platforms to actually address this this challenge of making information more transparent and not just about sharing the rosy picture. I think as we've been discussing, I think it's come up a few times.
Absolutely, I think I will build on what Bharti said, and so Sachin shared a little on that. Is that pandemic has exposed the stark reality of the human rights violation. So a recent study which done by Collect Initiative very clearly says that almost 19%, only the 19% of workers received full wages during the first and second lockdown, and it increased to 42% by September, and almost 57% had to rely on loans. And of that, around 12% were taking loans even from employers and contractors, which means it's a potential bonded labor thing. And 54% workers agreed that the children might enter into remunerative occupations. So this is the reality with which we are seeing. And there is also an incidence where some of the Tamil Nadu NGO alliances, they brought together, complained to the companies, and they brought Tamil Nadu Alliance, they brought workers some wages at that time. And when, as you pointed out in your presentation, Pawan, that the functional grievance redressal system is almost literally non-existing for child labor and bonded labor, so zero. So the non-functional redressal system is a way by which the companies literally close their eyes to what is happening in their supply chain. It would be difficult to argue that it is not a deliberate abandon by them, right? Like, it won't be a surprise if even the compensation which the Tata Steel announced for the families of the employees facing debt due to COVID pertains only to their permanent employees. So the companies have stopped looking at the supply chain as probably their important part of their thing, right? So now, as a civil society, there is a two civil society. One is really working on the human rights aspect of it, and others are somebody who is trying to convince the investing community that you have to be sensitized to ESG. So we all go by certain assumptions that we need to challenge ourselves. One assumption we all carry is investors are to be sensitized of ESG. If done, they would change. Investors are not aware of what is happening in the company's supply chain. We all know that investment itself is a big industry, and there is a lot of investment on research which goes, and therefore investors, if they really want to know, they will know what the supply chain of a firms are. Second is that human rights violations are themselves occurring despite companies and investors want to be ESG friendly, is another assumptions with which many of us go with, right? And in this scenario, I would say I would refer to one of the interesting study which was done by actually Benjamin Page in US, where he interviewed around 83 wealthy persons among the top 1/10 of the 1% of the wealth holders in USA. And what he found is that their engagement with political activities is very high. Almost 84% are participating. They believe budget deficit as their most important consideration. And for them, the improving infrastructure is decided as the high spending activities. And they do not believe in any system of the, with respect to redistribution of the wealth or anything. They also felt that a hedge fund manager should earn 54% less, and the CEO has to earn 43% less, and a skilled worker should earn 43%. So the study actually gives you a profile of the the high-end investors whom we are trying to talk about. So now if you come back to these questions, that whether these what is important for them, I think you brought in two risks which you presented in your presentation. One is the financial risk, and another is the reputational risk. Now the idea is to see that whether any of these risks related to environment protection or labor rights are not among their priorities is because they are not yet a macroeconomic parameter or the policy shifts which the investor wants to push on. So one may immediately construe that investor being unaware or insensitive is the reason. I would challenge that. That is not the way we should go, because what is, they are not just investors, they are also active influencer of policies. A number of tips happening as of the very significant part of that investors. So further, a government who is desperate, which is desperate of investment, could also be part of this complicity. So we need to understand the entire political economy with which the investing community and investor as a profession operates. So if you see, they do have mechanisms like ease of doing business index, right? Now the World Bank created index cannot not be an outcome of the influence of the investor. And I'm sure the ILO, UN agencies, global CSOs, trade unions, we have all been fighting for including one indicator on labor rights or human rights in that index. Are we really successful on that? Therefore, at this point of time, I would push the civil societies at this point of time to actually look at some of our assumptions with which we are operating. But at the same time, I would also say investors is not a monolith. There are ESG investors. But even those ESG investors are needing, or they are demanding a fair competition environment. Otherwise, they would also disappear. They would not survive. So therefore, there is an important need for getting certain macroeconomic policy shift back into these debates on the investors. The documenting good practices of investing community is a thing which can go on. But let us not forget the core advocacy role of the CSOs, which is to find out how to influence government to make certain important policy shifts or reclaim some of the legislations which we have lost in the last few years. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep. And I think that's a good segue towards, I think, the concluding part of our panel. And I'm also looking at several of the questions that have come in, because what you were just commenting on was beginning to talk about recommendations on what's possible. The couple of things, one is whether it's documenting good practices with investors, or the role of CSOs, or the CSOs playing a more of an advocacy role. The question is which areas. And so I'm looking at some of the questions that have come in, and given I think we have about 8 minutes, but let's spend 5 minutes on really coming up with recommendations. And I'm going to pose the question as follows, because several of the questions that have come in really pose it and say, what's your proposal or recommendation on a few key issues? And so I think and maybe we can just go in turns. Arindam, would love to start with you. What can be done to motivate companies or investors more, or what are other recommendations that you may have to address some of the gaps that we've discussed, whether the gaps have been around, bringing the informal sector into the formal sector, or working more with the extended supply chain, or solving the confusion between CSR and policy. I think we've discussed a number of issues and gaps that have been there. So if you could just share your thoughts in a minute or so, that'll be awesome, and then we can get other views as well.
Sure, thanks, Pawan. I think Pradeep hit the nail on the head. Now, recently I was I participated in a FAO webinar on climate action and climate financing, and there was a research which was done, and it said that 68% of the corporates who take climate action, which is nothing but sustainability, is because of regulations. That's extremely important, that it's regulation across the world which is leading to sustainable action. It's not that we want the world to be a better place for our children. That is not motivating, unfortunately not motivating most of the corporates and businesses. That's one. That's what we are finding. Number two is technology is critical as an enabler because it cuts down on cost, sustainability, reporting. Understanding the supply chain is a very expensive affair, and the moment there's a cost to it, corporates shy away. Technology could be an enabler to address the cost issue. And third is the new generation, the younger generation. During my time in school and college, there was zero discussion on sustainability, but now in every school, every college, they are discussing, and I do see the younger generation being more demanding about services and products from a sustainability perspective. I think that's the bright spot. Thank you.
Thank you. That was short, sweet, crisp, and perfect. Namit, if I can come to you, again, your thoughts as well in terms of recommendation, and especially if you have any recommendations on standardized information or benchmarking, that will also be particularly helpful.
Thanks, Pawan. And just a couple of points. One, in terms of the disclosures and standardization, I think what's important is that the frameworks become more forward-looking, so that it allows companies and others to shift from that audit approach, and they are able to bring in much more of their vision. What are their thoughts of changing the status quo? I think that's going to be significant. But we are also seeing a lot of collaboration between investors, governments, and corporates. I agree with Pradeep that not all the investors and all organizations and stakeholders are on the same page, but I think that is important. And at least in this region, we are seeing that there is a tipping point of these collaborations, converting into something much more practical, hands-on, and something that becomes actionable. What's important is that the data that is available becomes more reliable, comparable, and consistent. I think that is the biggest challenge. And I think what Sachin alluded to, that it's so hard to find answers in those sustainability reports. I think it needs to shift away from being just a communication document to something more of a dialogue. How can companies open up dialogue with all the stakeholders like they have dialogue with investors? Can they also start looking at the whole concept of stakeholder capitalism? It's being promoted every now and then, but how do you actually action on those stakeholder capitalism principles? What are the dialogue platforms there? And I'm also personally quite disappointed with the skewed uptake of ESG, from the investor and the policy front, with social lagging behind. Until and unless there is a balance between E, S, and G, we are not going to make an impact. So I think, just concluding thoughts, we've seen some of those systemic vulnerabilities coming out through the pandemic. And right now is the best time for governments, investors, and civil society to work towards addressing some of these systemic concerns. And hopefully, through dialogue and through consultations, things will improve both at the policy level, but also at the action and impact level.
Thank you, Namit. I appreciate that. Pradeep, if I could get your thoughts on recommendations.
I think I'll go back to that, for some reason, it's a 2013 study by Benjamin Page in US, but I feel some of the insights are useful for our discussion. It also said like around 24% of those investors who are relatively more environment friendly or social security workers friendly, they come from a community, from so-called what he classified as professional background, which is doctors, lawyers, etc. I somewhere have a feeling that there is an education and influencing the management school, students at this point of time is a very significant thing to do. Primarily to say that, even if the human rights risk has a cost, it is non-negotiable. That kind of a thing has to get into so that the business students who come from there are the champions for the human rights. That is something which we have to build on it. Second one, which I feel is also about the fact which Arindam said, that I feel that like many instruments which are coming, like NGRBC or BRRs, which are all coming into it, there is a need to make it mandatory. That has to be part of the regulatory system of it, because we have seen, if I'm not mistaken, the AXA the financing has a no tobacco policy, has a no tobacco signatory globally. But within India, with AXA Bharti fund, it is no longer adhering to that particular thing. So therefore, the problem today is how to ensure that India is a destination of ESG friendly investors and the companies by changing certain by bringing in certain regulatory standards itself. So in that way, I would definitely pitch for more regulations at this point of time, especially emanating out of RBI for various banks and financial institutions. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep. Bharti, if I may bring you in, I know we're at time, but if we could just get your closing thoughts, and then Sachin as well, and we'll wrap it up on recommendations.
Thanks, Pawan. I think the companies are now increasingly pressured to become sustainable, and they are considering triple bottom lines. But the question is that are disclosures a complete necessity, or companies should do it because they need to be responsible and because it is the right thing to do. And if the companies don't look at sustainability, they are actually taking a huge business risk, and so are the investors who invest in these companies. We also know that the future of work and business, it seems like a very abstract concept, but the kind of changes and the exponential rate at which these changes are happening today, such questions are very impossible to ignore. We have technological changes, going integration of the global economies. We have transformation of jobs, markets, demographic change, climate change. So all these call for greater sustainability, and therefore the companies need to look at how they can work together. And ILO has been talking about using social dialogue as an approach, looking at the global agenda and mandate and transforming and contextualizing it in the national context with the participation and adaptation of this global agenda with the help of unions, employers, workers, and the civil society, and trying to create horizontal and vertical linkages between existing resources and structures, at the same time enabling inclusion, diversity, and using a multi-pronged comprehensive approach. ILO has been talking about principles of partnership which are tripartite, value-based, and mandate-driven, so that we can have full involvement of workers, employers, and governments, as well as the interest groups, to enable sustainability. Last thing that I just want to say is that ILO also set up a Global Commission on Future of Work, which talks about human-centric approach, especially looking at the future of work. And that Global Commission has talked about 3 major pillars of action, which alone would drive the growth, equity, and sustainability for present and future generations. And it calls for increasing investment in people's capacities and capabilities, increasing investments in the institutions of work, and third is increasing investments in decent and sustainable work. And I think this is what is required when we talk about transformative investments, and they align with the UN Agenda 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Thanks so much.
Thanks for the thought on social dialogues and enabling that, Bharti. Sachin, you get the last word in. Your thoughts and recommendations.
Thank you. What I would say is that we need to take a pause and look at whether increasing the number of disclosures is really the solution at this stage, when we are also debating that the quality of the existing disclosures itself needs to improve. We are in the process of a reporting season. Let's look at those annual reports and sustainability reports as they come out and try to focus on how the companies have calculated and articulated the impact of just the movement of labor that happened last year, how that has impacted their business. And going forward, as these people come back to the shop floors and air-conditioned offices, what is the lingering risk on business? Now, if the companies have described this, not necessarily in pages, but articulated this quite sharply, I think we are making progress. If we are not, then that emphasizes the point that I just said, that it's not more disclosures, but it's really the quality of disclosures that really need to become more important. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Sachin. That's a voice of reason saying, let's, given what everybody's gone through over the last year, let's see what businesses actually report as their true risk because of the lack of having labor, or just the entire dysfunction that happened in society, and see whether it's therefore the quality of disclosure that needs to be enhanced. And let's look at what happens as a consequence of the data that's provided in this earnings season. I hear you on that. Again, this can be a very long conversation. I think we've touched on a number of issues from what's the need for disclosure, what are the gaps that exist, and how we can remedy that. Thank you, all of you, for your time. Thank you, all of you, for your thoughts. It's a very rich conversation. It can go on, and would like to thank the organizers for hosting this conversation. And again, thank all of you for participating. Thank all the attendees for patiently listening to us. And again, I look forward to connecting with each of you to build on this offline. So thank you all. Have a wonderful day, and thanks once again.
Thank you.
Thank you.